Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the gym. Thank you so much for tuning in. Happy Friday. Hopefully, you're having a wonderful day wherever you are out there in the big, expansive world. We are going to be doing some Pokemon stuff today, as we do here every day. Pokemon stuff. That's what we got. Oh, why am I getting... Did you see that? The darkness encroaching? Hold on. My switcher is bugging out. It's all good. Hopefully it doesn't do that too much. But, yeah. We're ready to roll. We've got some brand new cards revealed from our upcoming set, Night Wanderer, which will be part of our... What's it? Shrouded Fable set. Cool. So I guess this is like a mini set that we have coming up, which is very fun. It releases in August. It is going to be the last set released before Worlds, but it is a mini set, so it's not like the most impactful set. But it is going to make our Worlds format just a little bit different than the current format that we have for the North American International Championships. And we got some cool stuff going on in this set with all these cards revealed. So honestly, I mean, it might just be set review day. It's a mini set review, but this is kind of like our upcoming Shrouded Fable set. Anybody really familiar with like I don't know, set lists and stuff? Is there any thoughts that Shrouded Fable will include? I don't think Shrouded Fable is going to include any cards that are not in. Like, how many cards are Shrouded Fable going to have that are not in Night Wanderer? Is there another Japanese set coming out that's going to be combined with Night Wanderer to make our Shrouded Fable set? Just like a few random things, right? Like, but nothing like substantial. There's not going to be like an entire new mini set, right? Shrouded Fable's 95 cards. Thank you. See, that's the kind of info I'm looking for there. Okay. I think I am gonna make a Dragapult YouTube video, yes. But I think I'm gonna get some more games for that today. But before I do that, I think we're gonna start things off with a Shrouded Fable set review. Like, we might as well do that. That way I can get the Shrouded Fable set review out, I can get a Dragapult video out, and then that'll kind of be that. Like, either way, I'm gonna talk about all these cards, right? I mean, we're gonna sit here and we're gonna talk about the new set. All these cards just got revealed. We got the entire set. So, like, might as well have, like, one succinct place to kind of, like... Stellar Miracles in mid-July in Japan. Ooh, all right. But that's not going to be part of our Shrouded Fable, right? I don't think so. I guess we'll just send it. I mean, it can't be perfect, right? Whatever. I'll send it. I'll call it the Shrouded Fable set review. When we're going to just talk about the Night Wanderer cards. I think that's probably half of our Shrouded Fable. Well, this set has 64 cards in it, and Shrouded Fable has 90. So I guess there's like 25 cards that are like, but I think those are like odds and ends. Like cards, yeah, odds and ends from other things, right? Yeah, Stellar Miracle is going to be a regular set, so not part of Shrouded Fable. That's what I'm kind of thinking, right? Yeah. You think we get Stellar Miracle mixed into Shrouded Fable, really? Well, I guess we won't have any idea of what, if we do get some cards early, we won't have any idea of like what those probably are, so... Yeah, thank you, Demonic Ninja. I appreciate that. Anyways, set review time. Let's do it. I think it's as good a time as ever. I think Jack stayed up doing the whole set on Pokemon proxies. Oh, heck yeah, dude. Look at that. Beautiful. Now, this isn't a main set. I mean, it's a mini set, so it's going to be like... It's going to be a quickie. It's not going to be too bad, right? Yeah. All right. Bean says, no shot. Stellar's a clean thematic break for post-Worlds. I agree, right? I agree. I think so, right? Like, that's going to be the whole, like, a new era. Think like tag team, right? Like how tag team was a whole new era of the Sun and Moon block. I think the Stellar is going to be like a whole new era. Think about how V-Stars were a whole new era, the Sword and Shield block, right? I think this is like our whole new era of the Scarlet and Violet block. We've had like, yeah, think of it like that, right? That's kind of how I'm thinking of it anyway. This is like our last mini set before like a new kind of gimmick comes in. Cool. Alrighty then. Let's see, what does it look like when we bring these guys up? All right, that looks pretty good. Everything looks swell. Everything feels swell. How you all doing? The vibe's good? You guys feeling loose, hanging loose in there? We all chilling on this Friday? Good stuff. Could use some coffee. Still frustrated about your GLC last night? Me too. I went 0-2 with fighting, actually. It was horrible. I played against a psychic deck round 1, and I was playing fighting spread, and I prized my Silent Lab and my Guzma, so I couldn't target down Mew from Unbroken Bonds, and I prized my town map, so I couldn't even go find my Silent Lab. It was terrible. So I got absolutely destroyed by Psychic. Fran set up her Dragapult, and I had a key turn where maybe I was going to be able to knock out Dragapult. But I needed Fran to flip tails on the Infiltrator ability. So, like, I sent up my Lucario, right, who revenges for 150, but Dragapult resists fighting. So I had to also go get the Fighting Dojo. So I teammates Fighting Dojo, got the Fighting Dojo. I'm revenging for 190, and Fran flips the heads. It's over. I mean, that just... I already prized the Silent Lab, which I, like, need. It was horrible. So... I think I had a real shot. Like, I probably can win that game if I don't prize the Silent Lab, because with the Hitmon combo, you can just... hit and run with Hitmonchan, and then do Hitmonlee, and even if they got Mew out, you just Hitmonlee for nothing, and then you put down the Silent Lab, and then you do 60 to everything, which knocks out the Mew, and it sets up a lot of other stuff, and then you can Lusamine for the Silent Lab back and, like, Ting Lu once, and once you do that, then you can pretty much Devo their whole board, and their whole board gets knocked out. So, like, it's certainly doable. I just needed to not prize my Silent Lab, that's for sure. So, but then I ended up losing to Hunter's colorless deck with the Hitmon combo too, because he had some practice playing against the Hitmon combo when he lost to JD in the finals the other day, and he seemed much more prepared with how to handle the matchup. He very much limited his bench. He got the biggest freaking Lugia of all time twice. Yeah. I went through the effort of knocking out the Lugia because he got this huge Lugia with a Tool Jammer on it. I was like, all right. So I knocked it out with Lucario. And then he just instantly brought back the Lugia again, but this time with a Luxurious Cape on it. And it was just too big. And my guys, they just, You can only do so much to the Lugia. Resist fighting. It's tough. You know, he's able to just bring it right back after that. Did I go after the Porygon? Yes. On a key turn, I whiffed a combo piece on a key turn, which probably would have won me the game. He like Marnied me on the turn that I needed to hit with my Tyrogue. I pretty much wipe. I pretty much wipe if I hit my not the Tyrogue, the Hitmontop. On the turn that I needed to Hitmontop, I had 90 damage on the Porygon, and on the turn that I needed to Hitmontop, he Marnied me, and I wasn't able to find the top. And then, yeah, it was bad. So, but then it's like it's tough because like if I pre-put out the, and I probably should have just like pre-put out the Hitmontop, but like a lot of people say not to pre-get out the Hitmontop because then they can like knock it out, right? And I didn't happen to have my free retreater out yet because I was kind of starting out. I was starting out really slow, so I didn't have the Tyrogue out to free retreat. So like that was like probably the clincher. If I was able to have the Tyrogue out, that I would have had a free retreat pivot, which would have allowed me to go get the. Yeah, it just my start was really rocky, and he kind of noticed that my start was rocky and was like withholding Iono and not playing it. So it's all good. We were close. We were close for sure. There was like if I hit that Hitmontop turn, I think I just win. So Tyrogue, you got to play the Tyrogue so that you have a sometimes you can like knock out a Mew with Tyrogue in a pinch and he's got free retreat. I don't know. Thinking about it. Tyrogue's kind of cool, but you can play I guess you could play greens if you don't play the Tyrogue, which is also nice. But yes, congrats to JD. JD won his 5th badge. He won with metal last night. It was a bunch of 3-1s last night, as JD did get whooped up by Ben's fire deck. So we had like 3-3-1s, but JD won on resistance last night. Ben Morse missing his fire badge, as I know he really wants. I'm not going to be at GLC League next week, but that's okay. I told Alex that I would lend him my water deck so that he can play the perfect water list. So that he could play the perfect water list next week and get his water badge, which I'm fine with. I won't even be there because I'm going to be at NAIC. So then I've got 4 more GLC nights to attend this year. And I have to tie it up with Ben. Ben's at 8 badges. I'm at 7. So I have to tie it up with Ben so that he doesn't just run away with this thing. I just have to squeak out one more. I tried my hand at fighting. Fighting has just like that horrible psychic matchup. So it's really hard to win with fighting because you have to dodge those. And it just so happens that, you know, there were quite a few psychic last night. So that just didn't end up working out. Yo, Sarvzards, that rocks. That rocks. I'm stoked to hear that. That's really cool. Thank you. Yes, fighting has a badge. I think all 10 types have badges at Full Grip Games right now. All 10. I mean, Ben's only got like I think 2 GLC nights left, but I only have 4. And I have to get a win. Ben doesn't have to win anything. He just has to hope that I don't win anything. Yeah, so Ben has an advantage. Because he's up. Right. So that is big. That is big. Anyways, we have an exciting few weeks left of the GLC League. It's been awesome. JD making a late surge up to 5 badges. Almost caught up with Alex. I think JD's at 5, Alex is at 6, I'm at 7, Ben's at 8. So that is a very tight race there coming into the final stretch. Our season resets in mid-July to coincide with the birthday of Gym Leader Challenge. Let's pull that up. So yeah, we've got June, every Thursday in June left, but I'm not going to be here on the 6th because I'm going to be at NAIC. So I've got 13th, the 20th, the 27th, and then 4th of July, unfortunately, falls on a Thursday. So that is going to be not, the shop's not open. So we're not doing it that week. And then the 11th is our last day. And I think the birthday at GLC is like sometime right around this weekend. I don't know. It might be the 17th. I'm not sure. But Our new season's going to start on the 18th. There we go. Cool. Release dates. Let's see. This is coming out on June 7th. That's fun. June 7th. Whoa. That's actually, that's pretty soon. Let's see. We should go to they got these boxes up yet? On Plaza Japan. No, yes, they do. They're right here. Yo, 151 boxes, only $89. Why must you tempt me, Plaza Japan, with all these reasonable prices? Why must you tempt me? All right, how many boxes do you think I need of... How many boxes of these things you think I need in order to open all the cards I need to play? How many playable cards are there? There's like, you probably want like the Ogie Dogie deck. I know, the type of blue is really crazy. I know. We got a lot of really cool cards. This is going to be in the middle of summer too, by the way. So like we are going to be in a content drought. So I'm going to need content. So I definitely need to get all the cards I need to play. I'm thinking like 5 boxes. What? So let's think about counts, right? I'll probably want like 3 of the Ogie Dogie. Ogie Dogie. I probably want... The Pheasantipity is good. I'll probably want the Pecharon EX. I'm thinking like 5 boxes. If I don't get 3 Ogie Dogie EX in 5 boxes, 6 boxes... I mean, we're in the middle of summer. 6 boxes is just safe for content for sure. Then I won't have to order any singles, like guaranteed. But I'll also probably have like way too much stuff if I go 6. Yeah. All right, let's just go 6. See, this is a business expense. Oh, that's not even bad, bro. Oh, now it thinks I've got 12 in my cart. Okay. Yeah, that's chill. Whoop. All right. We're going to go DHL. Great. Continue. Credit card info. Yeah. They always want some credit card information. What the heck, bro? These guys. All right, hang tight, chats. Yeah, hang on. I can't show you guys this parts. Gotta agree to those terms and conditions. Yup. Place the order. Order placed. All right. See, wasn't that easy? Great. We're in there. Oh, thank you, Thea, for those 5 gifties. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. It was nice seeing you last night. And congrats on the solid performance with your psychic deck. Did I prove that I wasn't a robot? Verdict's still out on that one. Okay. Great. So we've got our Night Wanderer booster boxes showing up in June. I mean, really, that they're going to show up as soon as I get back from NAIC. That's what we got. We got Night Wanderer stuff. Kaboom wants to know, are there any reason I buy the Japan version and not the English version? Oh, yeah, there's a reason. They come out like a month beforehand. So it allows me to create content with the cards before they're released in English, which is what I do. I'm a content creator, so it really helps with the whole content machine. Keeps the content machine chugging along, you know? Yeah, in this case, it's almost 2 months, right? Right. So think of like one of the draws of my channel and one of the draws of what I do here on Tricky Gym is that I provide English-speaking content for the newest Pokemon cards before they come out in English, right? So imagine someone pulls, a Petron DX in their Shrouded Fable booster pack, right? As soon as it comes out. And they want to Google Petron DX, and they want to see who's got YouTube content on Petron DX. Well, Tricky Gym's going to be one of the few channels that actually has English-speaking content on that card on release day, because I go through the effort of ordering the Japanese cards, showing them off, and playing them before they come out, right? So it's one of the things that we do here. It's one of our business models on Tricky Gym. Now, I get the English cards that I need to play in tournaments. But as far as keeping a collection to create content with, it is like kind of mostly Japanese. I have a lot of Japanese cards because they come out first. So it's just like, and it's a tax write-off. Oh, 100%. Yeah. It's a business expense, which is fun. When you get to buy Pokemon cards as a business expense, that is very fun, isn't it? That's always fun. And honestly, there's something about buying 6 booster boxes for $250 that just feels great. Yeah. Like 6 booster boxes, it's like, $48 a piece. You're like, oh, man, that's like 2 booster boxes internationally. But anyways, I've been yapping enough. Okay. Time to do our set review of Shrouded Fable. It is time. All right, buckle up, chat. It's time to go. All 64 cards from Japan's Night Wanderer have been revealed by the official Japanese TCG website. Japan's Night Wanderer releases on Friday, June 7th. I just placed an order for 6 booster boxes of this set, so we're going to be opening them and then building decks out of the cards that we open to show off here on the channel in mid-June. And these cards will be part of our Shrouded Fable set, which releases in August. So this is going to be the last set that releases before the World Championships, this mini set, and is going to switch up our format from the North American International Championships just before Worlds by adding a few new cool cards, which we are going to be talking about in today's video. Huge shout outs to PokemonProxies.com. Jack from the team OmniPoke does a great job of translating all of the scans into nice English cards that you can use as proxies. So again, huge shout out to PokemonProxies.com. Definitely check it out if you want to get English scans of the cards before they're actually released in English. I can't tell you how excited I am to see this grass Joltik, the first of its kind. This means that you can now play Galvantula in grass-type Gym Leader Challenge deck, something that wasn't possible before this grass Joltik was released. And since we just got the Dragon-type Applin as well, I'm starting to think that creatures over there in Japan, they see us, Gym Leader Challenge players. They feel our plight of not being able to play certain evolution lines because their pre-evolutions never got their secondary type printed, and they're going back and fixing all of it. Okay, which is pretty hype. And this Joltik, combined with the Dragon Applin, I think is maybe evidence that they are at least thinking about Gym Leader Challenge format. After all, we did have a huge Gym Leader Challenge side event at the Yokohama World Championships this past year in Japan, and I do have many friends who work at the Pokemon Company International, and Pokemon Company International does, communicate with creatures as far as card design and all of that goes. So maybe creatures does see us Gym Leader Challenge players, and maybe, just maybe, they're thinking about Gym Leader Challenge when designing their cards. And this Joltik is giving me the copium that maybe they are. Very fun. Joltik evolves into this cool grass-type Galvantula. And when I first looked at this card, like at a glance, I thought that it might be dual-type, just because it's kind of got this yellowish green to it, and it's not a dual type, it's grass type. There is a dual type Galvantula, which is legal in Gym Leader Challenge format for both grass and lightning decks, which is pretty fun. I do wish that they would bring dual types back to the Pokemon TCG. I think that would be very fun. If they do bring dual types back to the Pokemon TCG, I hope that they don't do it how they did it in the X and Y era by just like splitting the card 50-50 down like the diagonal. I hope that they take the design choice from the original EX era where they kind of had the blended background. That looked a lot nicer in my opinion. This Galvantula gave me some dual type feels kind of because it's yellowish green. I think that's intentional since Galvantula is usually yellow, but this is a grass type one, so it's kind of got an extra green hue to it. It's got the ability Compound Eyes. If your opponent's active Pokemon has any abilities, attacks this Pokemon uses, deal 50 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. That's a pretty nifty ability. And then Shocking Web does 50 damage plus 80 more damage if this Pokemon has any lightning energy attached to it. So it does base 130 damage if you have any lightning energy attached, and with the attack cost being a grass and a colorless, that means that you could have either one grass and one lightning energy attached, or you can have a grass and an energy that provides some sort of rainbow effect, like maybe a luminous energy or a legacy energy, or in Gym Leader Challenge, maybe an aurora energy or rainbow energy. In GLC, you could have counter energy attached to it. In standard, you could have a reversal energy attached to it, which provides the lightning energy requirement. But of course, with counter energy and reversal energy, you do have to be losing in order to activate that. What's fun about this in standard format is that with the 50 buff, you do one-hit KO Charizard EX, which is a lot of fun. With like a reversal energy, you're knocking out Charizard EX in one hit. However, Charizard EX is no longer the big bad of standard formats, and I don't think that Charizard EX is going to be popular enough to warrant playing a Galvantula line in whatever deck that you're running in standard format. So I'm not totally convinced that this is going to be a viable card in standard. In Gym Leader Challenge, it might have a home in low energy grass builds if you're trying to build a grass deck that doesn't accelerate a bunch of energy into play. Maybe Galvantula could fulfill some sort of role since you only have to have 2 energy attached to it, and 130 damage for 2 energy is pretty good damage output in GLC, and then having the ability to do 180 damage against Pokemon with abilities in GLC is also pretty solid. So Galvantula is a fun new card, and I like it, but more so, I like the Grass Joltik. He's nice. Another big story of the Shrouded Fable set is that we are getting a Another big story of the Shrouded Fable set is that we are getting another United Wings attacker, bringing the total up to 4. There's Murkrow. Is it Murkrow? There's like the Crow guy, and then there's like the Wattrel, and then there's Dartrix and Flamigo. 4. Okay, we've got 4 wingers. And that makes the deck broken now, right? Wrong. So wrong. I've done a lot of talking about the United Wings deck and the problem with it here on stream. But to put it succinctly, the United Wings deck is just not efficient enough and hasn't been power crept enough since the Night March days in 2015 to be a relevant deck. If we take a look at Night March, which is the direct point of comparison to all of these types of decks that do more damage for the amount of, Pokemon with an attack name in the discard pile, right? Night March was the original, and there were only 3 Night Marchers, but it was very possible to get 9 Night Marchers in the discard pile on the first turn of the game and deal 180 damage for just 1 energy. And at the time that Night March was printed, 180 was about as big as Pokemon got. And the Pokemon with 180 hit points gave up 2 prize cards when they got knocked out. So it was very easy to do 180 damage on the first turn of the game. And you could even ramp up to just over 200 damage to knock out the biggest Pokemon in the format, which were Mega Pokemon, like Mega Manectric. You could one-hit KO those Pokemon with damage buffs like Muscle Band or Silver Bangle. So Night March was able to hit those numbers very quickly because of the fact that you also had turbo cards like Trainer's Mail, Battle Compressor, and of course, Shaman EX, which all helped you to get Night Marchers into the discard pile very quickly. The problem with the current United Wings deck isn't that there isn't enough United Wings Pokemon. I've said this on stream. You could have 20 Pokemon with the United Wings attack, and this deck would still be bad. And I know that's hard to believe because you could think to yourself, well, if I had 20 Pokemon with the United Wings attack, I could do 1,000,000 damage. But it doesn't matter. The problem is efficiency. It doesn't matter how many Pokemon they print with the United Wings attack. This attack still only does 20 damage for each Pokemon in your discard pile that has the United Wings attack. Night March had the same multiplier almost a decade ago. And now Pokemon have so much more than 180 hit points. They have like 300 plus HP. And the multiplier hasn't gone up any. And we no longer have powerful item cards like Trainer's Mail and Battle Compressor to help accelerate these Pokemon into the discard pile. So unfortunately for you, Dartrix, you mean nothing. And the United Wings deck will continue to be terrible. Yeah. The only thing that would make the United Wings deck somewhat palatable would be if the multiplier was 30 times. Because then if you had 10 United Wings attackers in the discard pile, you're doing 300 damage. Like, okay, now we're talking. But the fact that you have to have so many of them in the discard pile to do a reasonable amount of damage, and there's no longer easy ways to send them to the discard pile without Battle Compressor, it's just bound to be bad. It's terrible, guys. It's terrible. The United Wings deck is terrible. And keep in mind, they just printed Dragapult. Thank you, Hot Soup, for that Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. They just printed Dragapult. Thank you, Thicky Chew and Astro Zombie, for those subs to kick off the stream as well. I appreciate it. Tapu Boo Boo. Look at this absolute unit. Single prize Pokemon, a basic with 100 and... He's a single prize Pokemon with 140 hit points and the Wood Hammer attack, which does 220 damage, and it deals 30 damage to itself for 2 grass and 2 colorless energy. This is an unplayable card in standard format. But in Gym Leader Challenge formats, this is a very reasonable attack cost to pay for in Rillaboom, Venusaur, grass decks. Venusaur has the Jungle Totem ability, which doubles up the effectiveness of your basic grass energy. Actually, I think it's all grass energy, which doubles up the effectiveness of your grass energy, and Rillaboom accelerates 2 grass energy from your deck to your Pokemon every turn. So in just one turn, you can accelerate 2 grass energy to Tapu Bulu, and those 2 energy count as 4 energy, meaning that you can do 220 damage very easily. And with the base 140 hit points, this Pokemon is pretty tough to knock out, though it does deal damage to itself, so its HP is kind of just nice that it won't become super squishy after it uses Wood Hammer once. A new grass type attacker that can clear 200 damage with ease is very welcome in the grass pool of Gym Leader Challenge cards. Man, 100 less damage? I was really prepared to pass over this Houndoom, but Snarl does 100 damage for a fire and 2 colorless energy, and it makes it so that the defending Pokemon's attacks do 100 less damage. All right, now that I've read it a second time, this card is in fact terrible. On my first read through, I thought that it said Houndoom takes 100 less damage. That's not what it says. It says the defending Pokemon does 100 less damage. And these kinds of attacks are terrible because the opponent can just switch or retreat out of that effect. And if you knock out the defending Pokemon, then the effect is totally wasted. So, Houndoom, you are a bad card. Sorry. Iron Moth from the future has 120 HP and the Suction attack. Heal from this Pokemon the same amount of damage you did to the opponent's active Pokemon. These attacks have pretty much never been good in the Pokemon TCG, so it's not going to start now. And then Wild Rejector for 2 fire and a colorless energy does 120 damage, and during your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by your opponent's ancient Pokemon. Oh, that's funny. It's like a little tech card for your opponent's Ancient Box deck. If you want to destroy Ancient Box, all you have to do is attack with Wild Rejector, and they won't be able to knock out your Iron Moth unless they like double Countercatcher or Countercatcher Boss to put it to the bench, which removes all effects on the Iron Moth, and then bring it back into the active spot. I like little tech cards like this. How fun. Kingdra EX. Always good for a... I feel like Kingdra cards always do the same thing, all right? Am I tripping? I felt like Kingdra GX was like the same Pokemon. Kingdra GX did 10 plus 50 more times the amount of water energy attached. Yep. Yeah. They got Kingdra EX and Kingdra GX got very much the same kind of thing going on, except EX Pokemon don't have broken GX attacks. Kingdra EX is a new Stage 2 Water-type Pokemon with 310 hit points and 2 attacks. Its first attack, King's Order, costs just 1 water energy and allows you to put up to 3 water Pokemon from your discard pile onto your bench. And that means any water Pokemon. So you could put 3 Stage 2 water Pokemon from your discard pile straight onto your bench. That's pretty cool. 3? I mean, you can set up your entire board for just 1 water energy with Kingdra EX, and that's certainly pretty fun to think about. You could set up Baxcalibur, you could set up other Kingdra EX, and then you could use Baxcalibur's ability to power up Hydro Pump, which does 50 damage plus 50 more damage for each water energy attached to this Pokemon. So if you have 2 water energy, that's 150 damage. If you have 5 water energy, you're doing 300 damage, and 6 water energy, you're hitting that 350 damage, which allows you to one-hit KO anything in the Pokemon TCG. Now, I don't think that this Kingdra EX is as good as Baxcalibur Chenpao, my beloved. I think you're pretty much always going to be better off just setting up Baxcalibur the old-fashioned way with rare candy, and then taking one-hit KOs with Chenpao EX, which is a basic Pokemon and has an attack that one-hit KOs things just like Kingdra does. Now, obviously, if you summon your Pokemon into play with King's Order, they can't be devolved with Devolution TM. So that's something that maybe plays to your advantage. But my biggest argument against Kingdra EX when compared to Baxcalibur Chenpao is that Baxcalibur Chenpao decks can attack on the second turn of the game, but Kingdra EX decks, at their fastest, would only be able to summon Pokemon into play on the second turn of the game, and then would get to proceed to attacking on the following turn. So it's at its very fastest a turn 3 attacking deck. And I think that the difference between attacking on turn 2 and attacking on turn 3 in standard format is actually massive. And most competitive decks really want to start doing damage on the second turn of the game reliably. So for me, Kingdra EX is a really cool card, but I still think pales in comparison to Chenpao Baxcalibur. Sneasel's my favorite Pokemon, and I love to see new Sneasel cards, but they're just not as good as they used to be. It's so sad, honestly. If you've got a favorite Pokemon from like the early generations that then gained an evolution in the later generations, Pokemon like Sneasel used to get their own EX cards. They used to be the backbone of Tier 1 decks. And now, Sneasel, relegated to common cards. It's all we get these days. Even Weavile is not really any good anymore. They haven't printed a good Weavile in some time. This Weavile has got the Hail Claw attack. Discard all energy from this Pokemon, and your opponent's active Pokemon is now paralyzed. I'm pretty sure that there's an Articuno that just does this, but better. It damages itself, and then you can heal the Articuno and continue paralyzing. So if you want to do the infinite paralysis loop, you might be better off using Articuno, but I guess if you pair Weavile with Baxcalibur and then some way to manipulate damage on your opponent's board, you could create some sort of infinite paralysis loop, which would be pretty funny. Have they ever printed a good Weavile? You betcha. This Weavile was playable, has the Claw Snag Poke Power. When you play this card from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon, you get to look at your opponent's hand, choose a card, and discard it. I mean, think about that. That's kind of crazy, huh? You just get to go bop a card from your opponent's hand. That's pretty good. This Weavile was a rogue deck during the black and white era. Vilify, discard as many Pokemon as you like from your hand. This deck does 30 damage times the number of Pokemon you discarded. You could discard Execute. You could discard Propagation Execute from your hand. And then Propagation just lets you bring Execute from your discard pile back into your hand. And you just would loop those with other Pokemon, and then... Yeah, oh, this Execute's one of the most broken cards ever printed. Yeah, it's insane. So you would do that with Vilify to do more damage. You also had the Evil Admonition Weavile, which is probably the strongest Weavile ever printed. 50 damage for each of your opponent's Pokemon that has an ability. There's a Flapple that has the same attack in Standard right now, or it was in Standard, it rotated, now it's in Gym Leader Challenge. That has the same attack. It didn't see any play in Standard. This one saw marginal play because back in 2018, this was actually a good multiplier, but now the Pokemon have like 400 hit points. Turns out it's not as powerful as it used to be. Weavile GX got second place at a regional championships, losing to my good friend John Walter Krewall at the Richmond Regional Championships in 2019. It was in a Turbo Dark deck. And yeah, that's about it. So honestly, this one was okay, right? I didn't play during the Diamond and Pearl era, but I think this one's like okay. Honestly, though, they've done Weavile pretty dirty compared to Sneasel. I mean, like, look at what a fall from grace, dude. Like, honestly, Sneasel, first Sneasel card ever printed, format defining, most powerful card that would eventually get banned. It's like you start off with like the most powerful basic Pokemon in the format that gets banned. This card is the reason why Sneasel is my favorite Pokemon. This card right here. Then Sneasel got his own EX card. I remember pulling this card from packs of Ruby and Sapphire when I was a kid and thinking like, dang, Sneasel's the freaking GOAT, dude. That's crazy. But then I also remember reading this attack and being like, why did they make it so much worse than this one? And then Rocket Sneasel EX. This was one of the best decks in the world at the 2006 World Championships. I think it was also playable at the 2005 World Championships, Rocket Sneasel EX. An absolute house, right? I mean, but you've got like two cool EX cards, one that's super powerful. You've got another basic that's just one of the most broken cards ever printed, and then Sneasel has just been absolute trash ever since, right? So it's like, it's sad, man. Just sad. Sad. They don't print any good Sneasels anymore, man. Now you be doing now you get the common bulk treatment. You do 20 for 1. Okay. They used to care about you, man. I know. Same with Electabuzz. I mean, honestly, they absolutely killed Electabuzz, too. Electabuzz used to be freaking sick. Started off one of the most powerful basic Pokemon ever printed. Electabuzz got its own EX card in Ruby and Sapphire, and now Electabuzz is bulk, right? Yeah, so sad. Electabuzz used to be rare, man. Used to get its own holo cards. Same thing with Scyther. Yep. Scyther, this was like one of the original GOAT cards ever. Rocket Scyther is an awesome card. Rocket Scyther EX was played in Dragtrode decks, 2006 World Championships. Got another EX card, and then just bulk. Right now we get bulk. So a lot of Pokemon have just fallen so hard, which is sad. It's sad, man, because it's like Pokemon like Scyther. Like as a kid, if you're like, dang, yeah, Scyther is the freaking GOAT. Like Scyther's my favorite Pokemon. And then throughout the years, Scyther's cards just continue to get more and more lame to the point where they're just terrible now, right? It's like, dang, that feels bad. But that is life. Weavile's got a nice illustration, honestly. And the Sneasel's got a nice illustration. They're nice illustrations. So I can appreciate that. Oh boy. All right. We got a new Terra Pokemon, Revavroom EX, a lightning type Revavroom with 280 hit points and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Accelerating Flash, costs 1 metal energy and it does 20 damage plus 120 more damage if this Pokemon moved from your bench to the active spot during your turn. It's got a retreat cost of just 1. So a pretty mobile Pokemon, easy to pivot in and out of the active spots, and dealing 140 damage to a Lugia V-Star is pretty good. I mean, this thing one-hit KOs Lugia V-Star, one-hit KOs Archeops. It's going to one-hit KO pretty much any lightning weak Pokemon that has 280 hit points or less. So that's solid for just 1 metal energy. Speed Break costs 3 metal energy and does 250 damage, and you have to discard this Pokemon and all cards attached to it. I thought I misread this the first time that I read it. Discard this Pokemon. I was like, surely it meant to say discard some energy or discard some tool cards or maybe discard a stadium card. Discard this Pokemon? Like, the whole guy? And all cards attached to it? All the energy? All of the Revavroom? It just dips out? All right. I mean, I guess. You're doing 250 damage, so you could Speed Break and promote an annoying Pokemon like... Who's an annoying Pokemon? Mimikyu? Who's the annoying guy? Is it Mimikyu now? Who... Pretty sure it's Mimikyu. Yes. You could Speed Break. You could Speed Break into an annoying Pokemon like Mimikyu with its Safeguard ability, or a Pokemon with a lot of HP, or into a Pokemon like Stone Mask, Cornerstone Mask, or into a Pokemon like Cornerstone Mask, Ogerpon. Ultimately, I feel like this hit and run style attack is cool, but it requires a lot. I mean, you got to get 3 metal energy on this thing to do 250 damage, and then you discard it. So then you have to recover it, and then you have to put it back, and then you have to discard it again. So, like, you would have to have multiple Metang in play as well to power up the Revavroom. And I guess if you are playing Metang Revavroom, you could have this engine. An engine. You could have this engine where you have Metang as your energy accelerator, and then you've got Revavroom, the one that allows you to draw cards, and then you have this Revavroom as an attacker, and that's all pretty cool. I don't hate this, but I have a hard time believing that Revavroom EX is a better partner for Metang than Dialga V-Star right now. Maybe after Dialga V-Star and all of the other Pokemon from the Sword and Shield block rotate out of Standard, maybe then we'll start to see combinations like this make their way into Standard format. But as it is right now, Dialga V-Star takes extra turns and can do well over 300 damage. And Revavroom just doesn't offer that. So Revavroom is not as good as Dialga, and therefore not very good in Standard right now. I ain't even talking about you, Hypno. So bad. Look how creepy this Drowsy is. What is he doing? It looks like he's just sitting there menacingly. What's the story here? Like, Drowsy looks like he's sitting in a restaurant at nighttime when no one is there. What the heck is wrong with you, bro? Yeah, no, this is yikes, man. And this Hypno is very fun and trippy, but unfortunately not very good. All right. Whoa, this thing's crazy. We got a new Dusknoir line, which has got a very cool Dusclops and a very cool... We got a brand new Dusknoir line that spreads damage on the opponent's Pokemon at the low cost of needing to knock yourself out. Both Dusclops and Dusknoir have abilities that place damage counters, but you knock yourself out in the process. Dusclops has the Cursed Bomb ability, which places 5 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon, and you knock out the Dusclops, and then Dusknoir places 13 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon, and then you knock out the Dusknoir. This is pretty wild. I mean, there's a lot of ways to spread damage right now in Standard format. You've got Sableye in the Lost Zone engine, but God knows if the Lost Zone engine's going to remain relevant after this guy hits the metagame. We'll talk about him later. We've got Sableye in the Lost Zone decks. We've got Dragapult EX. And now we have Dusknoir hitting the scene as well. So Dusknoir does seem pretty solid. It knocks itself out, so it allows you to activate cards like Reversal Energy, which I think is really good. And you can also use it so that then you can Iono your opponent to lower hand sizes. You do have to plan things out very carefully, but the Dusknoir line seems like it'll be something that you're able to use strategically in order to knock out certain things on your opponent's board. Like imagine using Dusknoir to just knock out your opponent's Bibarel, and then your opponent takes a prize, and then you Iono them to low, right? So like you can do strategic things like that, which I think is really fun with this Dusknoir line. There is a slightly problematic combination coming up in expanded format for all you expanded heads out there. And this might even be a problem in Gym Leader Challenge format as well. There is a Duskull from Cosmic Eclipse with the Spirit-Born Evolution ability, which says once during your turn, you may discard 3 cards from your hand. If you do, search your deck for a card that evolves from this Pokemon and put it onto this Pokemon to evolve it. So you can do this on the first turn of the game. You can get that turn 1 evolution into Dusclops, which means that you can do a turn 1 Cursed Bomb, which means that you could do a turn 1 Ace Trainer or a turn 1, Ace Trainer or something like that. And you could donk your opponent's Pokemon and stuff like that and just spread on your opponent's board. And yeah, you can unlock counter energy turn 1. There's a lot of different things that you could do, which would be problematic. Ace Trainer, limiting your opponent to 3 cards on just the first turn of the game before they get to play a supporter. That'd be pretty tough. And even if your opponent just starts a Pokemon with 50 hit points or less, and you go first, if you just get Duskull into play, then you can just donk that Pokemon going first. Because even though you can't attack turn 1 going first in the Pokemon TCG, you could use Curse Bomb turn 1 going first, and then you could easily donk your opponent's Pokemon. So I think that that's probably problematic. It's definitely problematic in expanded format, I think. But it could also be problematic in Gym Leader Challenge. Something to think about for sure. And, yeah, how fun. Dusclops and Dusknoir, I think they're very cool Pokemon. I'm looking forward to seeing the ways that they are played in Standard and GLC. The thing is, you can use Curse Bomb from the bench, so you don't even have to, one of the most difficult things about donking somebody is that you have to get the Pokemon into the active spot. You can open, whatever Pokemon you want. All you have to do is, go get Duskull, and that's 5 damage on the active turn 1, right? I mean, if I'm playing against a Psychic deck, and I start a Pokemon with 50 hit points, that shouldn't just mean that I lose, right? That's kind of No, Miss Magius is not banned in GLC, just an expanded. Oh yeah, and an expanded donk, bro. Can't you do it twice with rescue carriers? Holy smokes, you're right. You could donk a Pokemon with 100 hit points. All you have to do is rescue Stretcher. All you have to do is rescue Stretcher, then back in, and then get the Duskull back out. You could do it 3 times. Oh, this is, yeah, absolutely not. Yeah. The Dusclops Donk deck. It's a lot of cards you need to discard, though. Well, you just build it like a Donk deck. You just play, yeah, Donksclops. Do you guys really want to play against Donksclops? Yes, but we're talking about turn 1 going first. You can do this turn 1 going first because you have the Duskull, right? Spiritborn Evolution. You do it turn 1 going first. And then say you play Rescue Stretcher or Rod, right? And then you just get the Duskull again, you do it again. No, I think that this card is fine. The problem is the Duskull. Yeah. These cards are fine. The problem is doing it turn 1 going first. Thank you, Chino. If they printed a card in Gym Leader Challenge that did 50 damage, all right, say they printed an attacker that did 50 damage for 1 energy and you could do it going first. Would that card get banned? Probably. It's the same thing. How is it possible turn 1 going first? Only because of the Duskull. The Duskull's got to go. It's for the pure sake of like donking. Donking turn 1 going first sucks. That just sucks. If someone opens a 50 hit point Pokemon going first, they shouldn't just lose the game. That's cringe. Or if they open a 50 hit point Pokemon going second, they shouldn't lose the game. If they open a 50 hit point Pokemon going first and don't have a chance to go get another Pokemon, like that's whatever, you know? But like, if you getting donked without being able to play a turn, that shouldn't exist. No, it shouldn't exist. Being able to get donked without playing a turn. You should always be able to play a turn. Now, if you opened a Pokemon and didn't have any other search outs in your hand, that's fine. Jake, quit complaining, bro. I don't really care. You just, yeah, quit complaining, bro. You're just sitting here complaining and being sour. Like, I'm just talking about my take. Yeah, it's my take. It's my format, you know? Yeah. So, like, dude, honestly, chill out. But yes, in order for most people to have the most amount of fun, games shouldn't end before both players get to take a turn. I think that's a very reasonable take, right? It's extremely, I mean, like, that's like as reasonable as it gets. No, obviously, I'm going to do my due diligence. And if you don't think I'm going to do my due diligence, then you don't trust me to do my job. And then that's just on you, okay? So, yeah. Quit complaining, bro. Both players should get to play a turn. That's not crazy. And it looks like it's pretty easy to stop players from taking turns. How many 50 hit point Pokemon even see play? Lots, actually. Lots. I mean, in Dragon, there's like Gabite, there's Applin. In Grass, there's quite a lot. In Lightning, there's quite a lot. Like Mareep. Did I say Gibble? Yeah, Gibble, Mareep, Dynamo. Yeah, all those. There's a lot. I mean, the Pokemon should be encouraged to evolve. Basculin. I meant Gibble, not Gabite, yeah. I think, like, if you look at the Gym Leader Challenge ban list, one of the themes of the ban list are cards that just speed up the game too much, right? Forest of Giant Plants and Research Lab, right? They both, like, speed out evolutions before they... Yeah. So it's like... That makes sense. If you've got, like, all of a sudden you've got a Dusclops, which is, like, could be problematic. It can get cheated out on the first turn of the game. Like, yeah. Then you just, like, you nip the card that expedites things too much. So I could see that being problematic and expanded. I could also see it being problematic in Gym Leader Challenge. For sure. Moving on. You can't ban Wally you can't play Wally going first. So, but you could Research Lab, you could Force the Giant Plants, and you can Duskull going first. It's part of the problem. Wally cannot be played on the first turn of the game going first. Cresselia is a new basic Pokemon with 120 hit points and the Crescent Purge attack, which costs 3 psychic energy. It does 80 damage plus 80 more damage if you turn one of your face-down prize cards face up. That's kind of fun. 160 damage. You get to reveal one of your prizes and play the rest of the game with that prize card face up. And I think this is a really fun attack effect. They've had attack effects like this before in the Pokemon TCG. What was an attacker that did this back in the day? The Gallade. That's right, right? Gallade from Secret Wonders had like the same thing going on with its psychic cut attack. It's definitely cool to see them bring this style of attack back. The attack does cost 3 psychic energy, so the only way that you're really powering this up in standard format would be with Gardevoir. So the question is it worth it to play an attacker like this in your Gardevoir deck that flips over one prize at a time, maybe giving you some knowledge of which prize cards to take? I'm not necessarily sure that it makes sense to play Cresselia and Gardevoir. You're already going to be competing with a lot of other guys for space and prominence in the list, like Screamtail, for instance, which can do 160 damage snipe for 3 energy. Cresselia does 160 damage to the active. So I think Screamtail is just better. Plus, all of the attackers in the Psychic deck have the ability to do more damage if you put tool cards on them, like Bravery Charm and stuff like that. So I think that Cresselia is a little bit underwhelming in standard format, and I think it's kind of underwhelming in Gym Leader Challenge as well. If you're playing Cresselia in Gym Leader Challenge format, you can't use Dimension Valley to make the Crescent Purge attack less expensive, and Dimension Valley is one of the most powerful cards in Psychic Gym Leader Challenge decks. Crescent Purge, also flipping over a prize card, isn't as relevant when you have cards like Town Map that you can play, which just flip over all of your prize cards at once. So ultimately, I think this guy is just kind of mid. That is funny. You know, this is a really cute Sylveon artwork. I love this. How fun, right? Usually Sylveon is done up all like super cute and fluffy, but this one makes Sylveon kind of feel more dark and mysterious, which is very fun. It's got the Mystic Return Attack. Flip a coin. If heads, shuffle one of your opponent's bench Pokemon and all cards attached to it back into their deck. Funny, but unserious. I feel like there's a lot of Stage 1 Pokemon that get printed, and then when you read that card, you're like, dang, that would go great in my Zorobox deck. But Zorobox is rotated, and now these Pokemon with these attacks have no home. Clean Hit does 90 plus 90 if the defending Pokemon is an evolution Pokemon. So 180 damage to evolution Pokemon. Pretty good. You could power it up with reversal energy, but these kinds of attacks on these Stage 1 Pokemon that could maybe hit for weakness, they just are missing that kind of Zoroark. They're missing that Zoroark factor to tie them all together. New big basic Pokemon, Blood Moon Ursaluna. Got 150 hit points in the Rule of Thumb ability. Once during your turn, when you play this Pokemon from your hand onto your bench, you may attach up to 2 basic fighting energy from your hand to this Pokemon. So it accelerates to itself, just like Galarian Moltres did with its Malevolent Charge ability. And it's got the Mad Mud Bite attack, which costs 2 fighting and a colorless, and it does 100 damage plus 30 more damage for each damage counter on your opponent's active Pokemon. So your opponent's Pokemon have to have damage counters on them already in order for Mad Mud Bite to do anything. With the Ting Lu that was just released in Twilight Masquerade, you can easily spread 30 damage to all of your opponent's Pokemon, which means that Mad Mud Bite would be dealing 190 damage if your opponent's Pokemon has 3 damage counters on it. In standard format, you got to compete with cards that are just way better than this card, and you got to compete with Manaphy to stop damage counters from being spread. I don't think that Blood Moon Ursaluna is that great of a card in standard, especially since you already have to have damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon in order to do anything. In Gym Leader Challenge, this card could be okay. It does have some potential. You could play it as kind of a big beat stick in your fighting decks, especially since there are relevant attackers that spread damage onto your opponent's Pokemon. There's the Hitmonlee from 151 that kind of does 10 to everything and does a little hit and run attack. You've got the Hitmon combo, obviously, with the Hitmon top that does 60 to everything. You've got Palossand and Ting Lu that do 30 damage to all of your opponent's Pokemon. So Blood Moon Ursaluna could act as a cleanup attacker in those spread style decks. And with base 150 hit points, this thing is pretty beefy for a single prize Pokemon. Oh, that's true. You could play Blood Moon Ursaluna in Raging Bolt decks for the Rule of Thumb ability, just to accelerate extra fighting energy into play. I do think that you're better off using your bench space for Teal Mask Ogerpon EX instead of Blood Moon Ursaluna. When you play an energy retrieval in your Raging Bolt deck, you get 2 grass energy back to your hand, and you can just lay those down onto your Teal Mask Ogerpon. Using Blood Moon Ursaluna to accelerate extra energy into play doesn't draw you any cards. So I think Teal Mask Ogerpon is just stronger, and most of the time you're going to want to put your fighting energy onto your Raging Bolt instead of a Blood Moon Ursaluna. So even though that is a relevant combo, I do think there's already a better fit for Raging Bolt EX. Two Slitherwing in the same set. Oh boy, we are spoiled. They're not two Slitherwing. Both Future Moth and Ancient Moth in the same set. Boy, we are spoiled. I love the artwork on this Slitherwing. It's a lot of fun. It's got 2 attacks, Iron Buster and Smashing Wings. Iron Buster does 20 damage plus 120 more damage if your opponent has a future Pokemon in play. So 140 damage if your opponent just has a future Pokemon in play. 140 damage if your opponent just has a future Pokemon in play. That's pretty good. Obviously, it one-hit KOs Iron Hands EX. That's nice for just a fighting and a colorless energy. Then Smashing Wings costs 2 fighting and a colorless, and it does 130 damage. With the downside, you have to discard 2 energy from this Pokemon. I could see this Slitherwing being the default answer to Iron Hands decks in Ancient Toolbox decks. You hit the right numbers, and you don't have to damage yourself in the process. That's nice. Thank you, Ghosted Gengar, for that sub in the 18 months. And Chino as well. Thank you both for those subs. I appreciate it. Yeah, 3 retreat cost. It is a fatty, though. That is worth noting. Slitherwing is kind of thick. I do love Crobat. Crobat is such a cool Pokemon. And I feel like Crobat continues to get neat cards throughout its tenure. Tenure is not the right word. Throughout its time in the Pokemon TCG. I do love Crobat. Crobat always has cool cards, and this Crobat is no different. It's got 130 hit points in the Shadow Envoy ability, which says once during your turn, if you played Janine's Secret Technique from your hand, you can draw until you have 8 cards in your hand. That is a powerful effect. Fill your hand to 8. Wow. Let's take a look at Janine. While we're here, let's take a look at Janine's Secret Technique. It's a supporter card that says choose up to 2 of your Darkness Pokemon. For each of those Pokemon, search your deck for a basic Darkness energy card and attach it to that Pokemon. Then shuffle your deck. If you attached any energy to your active in this way, that Pokemon is now poisoned. So it accelerates 2 energy from your deck to your Darkness Pokemon and poisons your active, which combos perfectly with the Binding Moki tool card, which says the attacks of the poison Pokemon that this card is attached to do 40 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. So we've got some poison synergy going on right here. And Crobat plays into all of that with its Shadow Envoy ability. Since Janine's Secret Technique doesn't actually draw you any cards, Crobat fills that void by drawing cards for you. So a perfect draw engine for this darkness kind of deck that we see taking shape. Crobat also has the Toxic Fangs attack, which does 120 damage for a darkness and a colorless energy. Your opponent's active Pokemon is now poisoned, and you put 2 damage counters instead of 1 on that Pokemon between turns. So let's start thinking about Crobat as a potential attacker. Toxic Fangs does 120 damage. With the poison, it does 140 damage. With the Moki card, it does 180 damage. If you have Radiant Hisuian Sneasler in play, well, That's plus 2 more damage to poison Pokemon. That's 200 damage. And what's the stadium called? What's the stadium? Stop saying Mochi. Mochi? Is it Mochi? I'm sorry, all right? Do I lose my Weeb card? It's a Mochi, all right? It's a Mochi. I'm saying Mochi. Sorry, you guys can have my Weeb card, all right? Mochi. I'll revoke it. Mochi. Fine. If you have the Mochi attached, that's 180 damage. If you have Radiant Hisuian Sneasler in play, that's 200 damage after poison. And then on top of all of that, if you have Perilous Jungle in play, your poison deals 2 more damage. So you're going to be doing 220 damage with all of those modifiers going into your opponent's turn. And at that point, your poison damage is going to be doing 6 damage between turns. So then, if your opponent doesn't switch their active and your opponent doesn't counter your Perilous Jungle, they're going to be taking 6 more damage counters coming back into your turn for a 280 damage swing. Broken Crobat deck. Let's go. And Crobat has free retreat. Sheesh. Slow down there, buddy. Sounds like we've got a broken deck on our hands. Connor says, why is every Crobat ever printed so gas? Because Crobat's that guy. I'm pretty sure the Golbat and the Crobat that draw cards rotated. Yeah. They're gone. But for GLC. Okay. Why are you so bad? You know? Absol, fan favorite Pokemon. Absol's a fan favorite Pokemon. People love Absol. Why must the card be so terrible? 20 damage plus 50 if you have 3 Darkness Energy in play. 70? That's what we get? 70 damage? Bulk. This Zoroark's kind of fun. 120 hit points and the Phantom Jack attack, which costs 2 colorless energy and does 60 damage for each of your opponent's Pokemon EX and Pokemon V in play. You know how I said that all these Stage 1 attackers are kind of missing that cohesion that makes them a functional deck? Yeah. This Zoroark is, okay. If your opponent has 6 EX Pokemon in play, you're going to be doing 360 damage for just 2 colorless energy. But no opponent would, do that, right? I mean, they're not going to see a Zorua and be like, I should fill my bench. No one's going to do that. So odds are you're probably hitting for more like 200 damage or maybe 180 at the most. And you have to use a double turbo to attack, so you're going to be doing less damage if you're using double turbo. Or maybe reversal, because God knows you're probably going to be losing if you're playing one of these Stage 1 toolbox decks, because there's no cohesion, okay? There's nothing tying them all together right now. They've got no mission. They've got no purpose, all right? There's nothing that makes them all work together. There are interesting Stage 1 Pokemon being printed right now, but I feel like they're missing that kind of oomph. They're missing something that's going to make them all work together. The Zoroark's okay, but if you think you're going to be hitting your opponent for 360 damage consistently with this thing, you're tripping. You're not, okay? It's just a fun card. For Rigoraph Toolbox, and if you think that for Rigoraph is the glue that's going to hold all of your Stage 1 Pokemon together, I don't know about all that, okay? You're still just going to get Iron Hands to the face. Yeah, no, all right? Absolutely not. You're still just getting Iron Hands, bro. No, that ain't it. Malamar has got the Conspiracy Tentacles attack. If you did not play Zerosic Scheme from your hand during your turn, this attack does nothing. All right, but if you did switch in one of your opponent's bench Pokemon to the active spot, and this attack does 120 damage to the new active Pokemon. Boy, oh boy, what does Zerosic's Scheme do? Your opponent discards cards from their hand until they have 3 cards in their hand. Wow. So a disruptive combination. This is a fun mini set. I feel like we're getting lots of kind of poisoned and disruption themed cards, which is really cool. Zerosic Scheme is a powerful card. I mean, think about Lost Box decks that just have huge hands, or control decks, any deck that just amasses like a 15 card hand. You can just use Zerosic Scheme and just make them pump the brakes and go all the way down to a 3-card hand. That is a lot of cards that you can get rid of. A lot of resources that you can tank with just one supporter card. So this is a very strong card. And then in expanded formats, oh boy, don't even get me started on expanded format. In expanded format, you can use Lieutenant Surge's strategy to play an additional supporter card during your turn if your opponent has more prize cards remaining than you do. So you could play Lieutenant Surge's strategy and then use Zerosic's Scheme, right, to limit your opponent to just a 3-card hand. And then you finish them off with Delinquent. Pow! Discard any stadium card from play. If you do, your opponent discards 3 cards from their hand. So, in expanded format and also in Gym Leader Challenge format, there is this hand removal combination which exists or is going to exist very, very soon. And it would be easier to produce in expanded format and a Gym Leader Challenge than you might think. There's a Magneton that blows itself up with the Call Signal ability, which unlocks Lieutenant Surge's strategy because it knocks itself out. Surge and Delinquent are banned in expanded. Ah, well, I guess I'm just talking about Gym Leader Challenge then. Okay. Zerosic Scheme may be kind of problematic in Gym Leader Challenge format. In expanded format, Delinquent and Lieutenant Surge are banned cards already because of the hand removal combinations that are possible with them. But in Gym Leader Challenge formats, there hasn't been as much of a problem yet. But with Xerosic Scheme, hand removal is going to become a lot easier with Lieutenant Surge's strategy and Delinquent. Lieutenant Surge's strategy is a supporter card that you can only play if you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent, and allows you to play 3 supporter cards during your turn. So effectively, it allows you to play 2 additional supporters in addition to Lieutenant Surge's strategy. Then, once you're down on prizes, you can use Xerosic Scheme to limit your opponent to just a 3-card hand, and then you can use Delinquent to discard your opponent's remaining 3 cards. Pow! Just like that. Their hand is gone. And that might seem like a lot to piece together, but there is a Magneton with the Call Signal ability, which says once during your turn, you may search your deck for 3 supporter cards, reveal them, and put them into your hand. Then you knock out the Magneton. So Magneton makes the whole combo happen very easily. You Magneton, then all of a sudden you're behind on prizes because you give up a prize. Then you get Surge's strategy, Xerosic Scheme, and Delinquent, and your opponent's hand is gone just like that. So that may end up being a problematic combination and one to keep our eyes on. As for Malamar, I don't think that this card is very good. Switching in the opponent's bench Pokemon to the active, 120 damage to it. The fact that you have to play Xerosic Scheme from your hand in order to make the Malamar work just doesn't seem all that great. Man, Eviltall used to be amazing. Now it just knows lead. Finally, we have arrived at the big, bad, new EX Pokemon of the fabled, what is it? Shroud. Finally, we have arrived at the big, bad, new EX Pokemon from Shrouded Fable. Pheasantipity, Munkidori, Pecharunt, and Okidogi EX. They are all basics. And of all of them, Okidogi EX seems like it's kind of the guy. I mean, it's got 250 hit points, so it's the biggest. Okidogi is also the cutest of the bunch, and I will not be hearing any sort of counter arguments to that. Okidogi has 2 attacks. Poison Muscle costs 1 colorless energy and allows you to search your deck for 2 basic darkness energy and attach them to this Pokemon. Then you shuffle your deck. If you attached any energy in this way, this Pokemon is now poisoned. So a nice way to accelerate energy onto itself. It does leave itself poisoned, but as we saw from the Mochi item, as we saw from the Mochi tool card, being poisoned is actually a buff now, since it allows you to do more damage with your attacks. And its attack, Crazy Chain, costs 2 darkness and a colorless. It does 130 damage, and if this Pokemon is poisoned, it's its attack, Crazy Chain, costs 2 darkness and a colorless, and does 130 damage plus 130 more damage if this Pokemon is poisoned. So this guy kind of sets himself up with the Poison Muscle, gets the energy it needs onto itself, poisons itself, and then is ready to Crazy Chain for 260 damage. If you have the Mochi tool card attached to it, you're going to be doing 300 damage for just 3 energy, which is nutso, all right? 300 damage coming from a basic Pokemon. That's big. And we already saw that we've got the Janine's Secret Technique supporter card as well, which can help accelerate energy onto your Darkness Pokemon. We've also got Dark Patch in format, which can accelerate more energy onto your Darkness Pokemon. And we still have Darkrai V-Star, which can help you to get item cards back and attack in a pinch if you feel like attacking with Darkrai V-Star. If you want a maybe Pokemon V to kind of tie everything together with a powerful V-Star, Darkrai V-Star could be played alongside Okidogi EX as well. With 250 hit points, that is a lot of HP, but of course you are going to be whittling away at your own hit points with poison. So really it's going to be more effectively in the realm of 220, 230 HP by the time you're actually dealing damage, because if this thing is poisoned and then swings, it'll have 240, and then by the time it's going back into your turn, it'll have 230. So, yeah. Nice attacker. 300 damage, 3 energy on a basic. That's no joke. Monkey Dory EX has 210 hit points, and the Skip a Beat ability says if this Pokemon is knocked out by damage from an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, and if you have a Pecharunt EX in play, your opponent takes 1 fewer prize card. So it's basically a Pokemon EX that gets to act as a single prize Pokemon, which is crazy. All you have to do is have a Pecharunt EX in play. And we'll talk about Pecharunt in just a moment. Monkey Dory has the Dirty Headbutt attack, which does 190 damage, and during your next turn, this Pokemon can't use Dirty Headbutt. So a solid attack. Retreat cost of just 1 means it's going to be easy enough to pivot this thing in and out of the active spot. And pivoting is going to be mad easy with this deck anyway, since Pecharunt EX allows you to switch your Darkness type Pokemon around. It's got the ability Controlling Chains, which says once during your turn, you may switch one of your benched Darkness Pokemon, except Pecharunt, with your active Pokemon. If you do, your new active Pokemon is now poisoned. So this Pecharunt allows you to make sure that your attackers stay poisoned so that you can always get that buff from the Binding Mochi. That's nice. Love the synergy there. And it also single-handedly solves the problem of Okidogi EX having a fat retreat cost of 3. Yeah. And it also helps you versus control decks, which is also great. So lots of solid synergy happening with these Darkness Pokemon and the whole poison thing and the Mochi. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from this. Pecharunt also has the Irritating Burst attack, which costs 2 Darkness energy and does 60 damage for each prize card your opponent has taken. So at the end of the game, if your opponent has taken 5 prizes, you can do 300 damage with Irritating Burst for just 2 Darkness energy. Nice. Thank you, Materius, and Schmuckatux for the subs. Appreciate y'all. Thank you. Thanks for the support. And then last but not least, we've got Pheasantipity EX, which reminds me a lot of Oricorio GX. It's got 210 hit points and the Take Advantage ability, which says once during your turn, if any of your Pokemon were knocked out during your opponent's last turn, you may draw 3 cards. And you can't use more than 1 Take Advantage ability each turn. Its attack, Cruel Arrow, costs 3 colorless energy and does 100 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. If you played it all during the Sun and Moon era and maybe the early Sword and Shield era, then you remember just how powerful Oricorio GX was. It was a great draw engine for single prize decks and really a great draw engine for a whole bunch of decks, just giving you 3 extra cards every time your opponent took a knockout. Pheasantipity EX looks like it's going to fill a similar role. It's power crept with 30 more HP than Oricorio GX had. Oricorio was 180, right? No! It's power crept with 40 more hit points than Oricorio GX had, which is nice. Still has a single retreat cost and with a 3 colorless Cruel Arrow attack. I mean, you could theoretically use that attack in whatever deck you're playing, since it doesn't actually require Darkness Energy to use, and a nice little 100 damage snipe is a useful option for many decks to have. What I really like about Pheasantipity EX is that it gives your deck some extra oomph added to its draw power when you need to respond on key turns, especially after you lose a Pokemon. Bibarel is kind of the go-to draw engine for a lot of decks right now, as it allows you to fill your hand to 5. But there is the issue that you can't draw past 5 with Bibarel. With Pheasantipity in play, you could use Bibarel to Industrious Incisors and fill your hand to 5, bench Pheasantipity, then all of a sudden you're up to 8. And 8 cards in hand is an absolutely massive card advantage that you're going to get after your opponent takes a prize card. You could even play Pheasantipity in place of Bibarel in some decks, just alongside Pidgeot. Pidgeot by itself feels like it's a little bit shy of where it needs to be a self-contained draw engine. That's why players have started playing Bibarel alongside Pidgeot. Pidgeot allowing you to search out that individual card you need, but Bibarel just kind of filling your hand and giving you other options to pair with the card that you select with Pidgeot. You could play Pheasantipity alongside Pidgeot and maybe not need Bibarel in order to fill your hand with Industrious Incisors. Maybe you can just bench Pheasantipity, draw 3 cards, then use Quick Search, find that combo completer, and you kind of have a nice little draw engine with those cards working together, at the same time. So Pheasantipity seems like it's going to be great. Obviously, you can play it in this Poison deck if you'd like to and accelerate energy onto it with Janine's Secret Technique, but I don't even think that that's going to be the best use for Pheasantipity. I think Pheasantipity is going to be useful in a lot of different decks. Yeah, like Lost Box. I mean, imagine playing a Pheasantipity. Imagine playing a Pheasantipity in a Lost Box deck. At the end of the game, you don't bench it all game, right? But at the end of the game, when your opponent Ionos you, all you need to do is find a Nest Ball, and you can Nest Ball for Pheasantipity, put it down, draw cards, flower select, and then find the game-winning combination. Things like that, I think, are going to be really strong. Cancel culture has gone too far, guys. Now they're coming for our A-Specs. It's messed up, okay? You can't take my dangerous lasers, all right? Can't take hands off my dangerous lasers. Genesec's got the Ace Canceller ability, which says as long as this Pokemon has a Pokemon tool card attached to it, your opponent can't play any Ace Spec cards from their hand. I thought this was America, okay? The land of the free. And now you're telling me that my Ace Spec cards are canceled? All because of this Genesect? It's messed up. It's obviously a powerful ability. However, it is held back by the fact that you have to have a tool card attached to it, which honestly is just not as good as it used to be. It's not as good as it used to be. Let me show you something. Let me show you a little something. All right, back in my day, Spiritomb had the ability Sealing Scream, which said each player can't play A-Spec cards from their hand. For free. All you had to do was bench it. And blammo. No A-Specs. Now, what's different about Genesect is that it is a one-sided ace-spec lock. So you are still free to play your ace-spec, but your opponent is not. However, they can remove that lock by just removing the tool card with either Jamming Tower, I guess. No, Jamming Tower does not do it. I take it back. No, because it's still a tool card. It just has no effect. Your opponent can remove that effect with Lost Vacuum or something like that. Actually, I think it's just Lost Vacuum, right? Your opponent can remove the Ace Canceller ability effect with a Lost Vacuum. So it's kind of interesting. I'm curious to see if Genesect actually pops up as a tech card to prevent opponents from playing their ace specs. But the problem with Genesect is that if you don't get it out in time, your opponent could just play their ace spec, and then you just have this Genesect floating around in your deck for no reason. I personally don't see myself utilizing Genesect. I mean, yeah, what if your opponent just prizes their ace spec? Then it's useless. Maybe Genesect is good in control style decks, right? To stop the opponent from using their prime catcher. I could see that. But wouldn't you rather just airy the prime catcher away and just deal with it? Nah, 100 for 3, that attack's not even worth talking about. It ain't squat. Caparajah is huge. This Caparajah is huge. So huge, it's got the Gargantuan Body ability, which says as long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, your opponent can't play any stadium cards from their hand. And then it's got the Nose Lariat attack, which costs 3 metal and a colorless, does 130 damage, and you can do 100 more damage. If you do, during your next turn, this Pokemon can't attack. That is a very powerful effect. You could just do 230 damage. Thank you, Grands Bull, for the sub in the 6 months. Thank you. That's a very powerful attack effect, especially in Gym Leader Challenge format. I don't really see this card being played in Standard. I mean, you could build a Metang Caparajah deck. But again, I'm going to make the argument in Standard format, you're just better off using Dialga V-Star as your partner for Metang. And I think until Dialga V-Star rotates, there's no reason to play anybody else with Metang other than Dialga V-Star. That's just the nature of Standard, though, right? You're only really incentivized to play the most powerful cards, and then there's really no reason to play the lesser power cards, right? So Gym Leader Challenge is a little bit more flexible since you can only play one of each card in your deck. So you can't just play 4 of the best metal attacker. It's a singleton format. So you can only play one of the best metal attacker. So then the second best, third best, fourth best, and sometimes, heck, even fifth best attackers get to see some play in GLC, which is part of what makes it so fun. Caparajah in Gym Leader Challenge format, pumping out 230 damage. I mean, that's pretty serious. You would have to switch Caparajah back to the bench in order to attack back-to-back turns since Nose Lariat's buff makes it so you can't attack next turn. Benching Caparajah will remove that effect. You can also Nose Lariat just for 130, which does clear a lot of Pokemon in GLC. The benefits of Gargantuan Body is also real nice. You could do things like lock Parallel City into play. You could lock Silent Lab in play. There's a lot of really tough stadiums that you could force your opponent to deal with, especially Parallel. If you've got Parallel City up and Caparajah, if you've got Parallel City up and Caparajah in the active spot, you're just limiting your opponent to a 3-card bench, and they can't put a stadium in play to counter your Parallel. So that's pretty nice. I like that a lot. All right, new Haxorus just dropped. I know we're getting a Dragon mini set sometime in the future, but it hasn't been announced yet, right? When are we getting the Dragon mini sets? You could lock Crystal Cave. I mean, yeah, locking Crystal Cave is cool, but Parallel... Dang, bro. Parallel lock is so gnarly. But versus some decks, you'll want to knock Crystal... Yeah. You could also lock Crystal Cave in the active. Or you could also lock Crystal Cave in play, which is really good for healing. Copperajah does have a lot of HP, and healing 30 damage from all of your metal Pokemon every turn is super good. There. You could even lock Full Metal Lab in play, which makes it so your metal Pokemon take 30 less damage from attacks. Sheesh. All right. Okay. Yes, Field Blower. Field Blower is obviously the counter to Copperajah and Gym Leader Challenge formats. But think, if you lock a Full Metal Lab in play and you have a HP buff, if you lock Full Metal Lab in play and you have an HP buff on your Copperajah, even a Mimikyu copying your Nose Lariat attack will not be able to knock out Copperajah, since Mimikyu could do 230, but then you would take maybe 30 less damage from metal, like say from Metal Goggles combined with the Full Metal Lab. Then you're taking minus 60. Pretty gnarly. Pretty gnarly. I'm loving this new Haxorus. It's got 170 hit points and the Axe Down attack. If your opponent's active Pokemon has any special energy... I'm loving this new Haxorus. It's got 170 hit points and the Axe Down attack. For 1 fighting energy, it says if your opponent's active Pokemon has any special energy attached, it is knocked out. Just period. Special energy, you're done. Just like the Single Strike Beedrill, which did see some play during the Sword and Shield block. However, Single Strike Beedrill was played with the Single Strike Mustard supporter, which allowed you to just instantly summon Beedrill into play, which was, kind of broken. Turns out getting stage 2 Pokemon into play without having to evolve them is pretty nice, especially when they have 1 energy attacks that can instantly KO popular Pokemon. Haxorus also has that 1 energy attack that can instantly KO any Pokemon with a special energy attached, which is situationally good in standard format right now. You've got Lugia V-Star decks, which obviously play a ton of special energy. You've also got Dragapult decks, which sometimes play a Neo Upper energy. But outside of that, there's not a ton of special energy floating around right now, so I don't think it's ever going to be worth putting the whole Haxorus line into your standard deck just for Axe Down. Thankfully, Haxorus does have a solid second attack. Dragon Pulse for fighting in a metal energy does 230 damage, and you discard the top 3 cards of your deck. That's a hefty cost, having to discard the top 3 cards of your deck, but 230 damage does clear a lot of threats in the Pokemon TCG. I mean, almost every basic EX Pokemon you can one-hit KO with Dragon Pulse. Haxorus is kind of nice with it, honestly. I mean, 2 energy attack doing 230 damage, 170 hit points, the Axe Down attack. I mean, yeah, you can knock out Blissey, sure. I just don't think Blissey is a very good deck, okay? Blissey does beat Dragapult, but it doesn't really beat anything else. Lost Zone Giratina with Jet Energies, sure, you can knock that out too, but Lost Zone Giratina stocks are way down with the new set. So I don't know that Axe Down is going to be worth building a deck around in standard format. And unfortunately, that's just kind of where these stage 2 single prize attackers are. Even if they're solid, the format's just not in a place where it makes sense to set up a bunch of attacking stage 2 Pokemon. Are there any good attacking stage 2 decks that are not EX decks right now? Like, no. Okay? Think of all of the stage 2 Pokemon in Standard right now. It's Charizard EX. It's Dragapult EX. It's Pidgeot EX. And it's Baxcalibur, who notably do not attack, okay? Baxcalibur, he sit on the bench where he belongs, nice and safe, all right? The era of stage 2 attacking single prizers, I don't think is like quite here right now, okay? Gardevoir EX was a interesting situation because Gardevoir EX supported the Shining Arcana Gardevoir, which ended up being one of the best attackers in Standard during its time, but that's rotated out now. I'm talking about standalone attacking stage 2 single prizers. I don't know if Haxorus is good enough to make that a thing yet. Conkeldurr, all right, Conkeldurr is strong. Is it a tier 1 deck? I mean, is it good? Is it even a tier 2 deck? Is Conkeldurr even a tier 3 deck? Is Conkeldurr, are we really, is it even on the tier chart? I understand that you could do some silly things with Conkeldurr. But is it good? Like, really? Or is it just kind of funny haha? Because I'd be willing to bet the Haxorus could be funny haha, but I'm not doing a funny haha review of this set. I'm doing a is it good? Now, the thing is, if you're watching this set review, you're probably like, dang it, Mahone, why are you always talking about Gym Leader Challenge? That's because I'm only talking about competitive cards in Standard format, all right? I'm not doing this set review and going to try and convince you that meme cards are going to be valid cards in Standard, all right? I am a very competitive Standard player, so I'm not bringing meme decks to the Standard tournaments. I'm bringing decks that I think can win. And Haxorus is not a card that can win a Standard tournament. But it is a card that could see play in Gym Leader Challenge format. And that's where I go for all of my brewing with my crazy ideas. I do all of that in Gym Leader Challenge format because I feel like there's a lot more openness to brewing and crazy ideas in Gym Leader Challenge format than there is in Standard. And it's part of why I love GLC so much. Haxorus in Gym Leader Challenge format certainly has some potential. 230 damage clears just about everything in the format, with the added bonus that Axe Down knocks out any Pokemon with a special energy, and there is a lot of decks that utilize special energy in GLC. Haxorus also has the added benefits of the Ultra Evolution. Haxorus also has the benefit of the Ultra Evolution Axew from Brilliant Stars. For 1 energy, you can flip a coin. If heads, you search your deck for a Haxorus and put it straight onto Axew to evolve it. That's pretty hype. If you were able to do that, turn 1, going second, your opponent would probably be very afraid staring down a 170 hit point Haxorus on turn 2, playing against your dragon deck. What's nice is this Fracture is also very good. It's got the Unnerve ability, so whenever your opponent plays an item or supporter card from their hand, you prevent all effects of that card done to this Pokemon. So Fracture cannot be targeted on the bench with Boss's Orders or Guzma or can't even be Crushing Hammered. That's pretty fun. Nice. This is a dope Persian artwork. Unfortunately, it is not very good, but very cool artwork. Talk about canceling. They're just canceling everything these days. They're even canceling my Lost Box deck with this Curum and its anti-plasma ability. Says if your opponent has a card with Colress in its name in their discard pile, the attack cost of this Pokemon's Triforce, the attack cost of this Pokemon's Curum has the anti-plasma ability, which says if your Pokemon Curum has the anti-plasma ability, which says if your opponent has a card with Colress in its name in their discard pile, the attack cost of this Pokemon's Trifrost is 1 colorless instead. And Trifrost has a huge attack requirement, so being able to decrease that to just a single colorless is absolutely insane. Trifrost costs 2 water, 2 metal, and a colorless energy. It says discard all energy attached to this Pokemon. This attack does 110 damage to 3 of your opponent's Pokemon. 110 damage to 3 different Pokemon. That is insane. If you thought Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken attack was good, this is even better. But it is very expensive. Except for when your opponent has a card with Colress in its name in their discard pile. In standard format currently, there is only 1 trainer card with Colress in the name. That's Colress's Experiment, most notably played in Lost Box decks. So this is obviously directly attempting to counter Lost Box. But there is also a new supporter card being released that also has Colress in its name. Colress's Tenacity is a new supporter card that says search your deck for a stadium card and an energy card, reveal them, and put them into your hand. This is a very strong supporter. Getting a stadium and an energy is sometimes all you need to get your deck going. In Arceus decks, for instance, that's great. You could just go get your energy, and you could go get, I don't know, an Artisan or a Lost City or something. Maybe go set up a Bidoof. Sometimes a stadium and an energy gets you everything. And especially since Colress's Tenacity says energy card and not basic energy card, that means that you can go get any special energy you want with Colress's Tenacity. So a very nice, flexible supporter that's probably going to end up seeing some play in standard format. In the same way that Arven ended up seeing a lot of play. As the Pokemon Company continues to print stronger stadium cards, Colress's Tenacity. As Creatures continues to print stronger special energy and stadium cards, I think Colress's Tenacity will really start to take shape in standard format. Colress's Tenacity is already going to be an absolutely busted card in Gym Leader Challenge format, right alongside Guzma and Hala, which has really spiked in price in the course of the last year or so. I think it's up to like a $6 or $7 card, and that's because it is one of the most popular supporter cards in Gym Leader Challenge format, being able to search out powerful tool cards, special energy cards, and stadium cards. Colress's Tenacity is not quite as powerful as Guzma and Hala, but it is 2/3 as powerful, which is pretty nice. And you don't have to discard any cards from your hand in order to play Colress's Tenacity, unlike Guzma and Hala, which is sometimes really tough to play out of the opening hand. But anytime that you play Colress's Tenacity from now on, you got to be thinking about this guy. Curum with the anti-plasma ability and the Trifrost attack, which could just do 110 damage to 3 Pokemon for 1 energy. Absolutely insane. Now, obviously, Lost Box decks do have some sort of defense against Kyurem. They can just play Manaphy. So then, if you're playing Kyurem to try and counter your opponent's Lost Box deck, then in order to really get the benefit of Trifrost, you would have to gust up the Manaphy, canceling Cologne, and then Trifrost, blammo. 3 things. So, there's counterplay to Kyurem, and then there's counterplay to the counters that Kyurem might face. That sounds like a lot of fun, doesn't it? Cool. Got a lot of really cool cards in this set so far, but we do also have 2 of the worst ace specs that I have ever had the misfortune of reading. Dangerous Laser and Poke Vital A. Poke Vital A is definitely the stronger of the 2. Dangerous Laser is so bad, it makes me wonder why it was even printed. It's an item card that says your opponent's active Pokemon is now burned and confused. Burned and confused. You're wasting your ace spec on 20 damage and confusion? That's what you're doing? No, I don't think anybody is going to play Dangerous Laser in any of their decks. There is no reason to play this card. Back in my day, we used to have Hypnotoxic Laser, which poisoned and maybe put your opponent's Pokemon to sleep on a coin flip, and you could play 4 of those, and you could bring them back with Shadow Triad as well. I mean, it was just totally toxic. Burn and confuse on an ace spec? Nah. Now, back in the day, Gold Potion was one of the worst ace specs. Not the worst. I do remember seeing Gold Potion played maybe in like one deck once. And there were some decks, and there were some ace specs like Crystal Edge, which never... And there were some... and there were some ace specs like Crystal Edge and G-Scope, which never saw the light of day. Pokevital A is at least somewhat interesting, unlike that laser card. It allows you to heal 150 damage from one of your Pokemon. The problem is, if this card's in your discard pile, you can't put it back into your deck or your hand. It's got that little nerf, which definitely decreases its usefulness. Pokevital A is in a lot of ways just worse than Scoop Up Cyclone. Scoop Up Cyclone completely heals a Pokemon effectively by picking it up into your hand. And yeah, Scoop Up Cyclone heals a Pokemon by picking that Pokemon up into your hand. The downside is you do have to re-evolve that Pokemon, reattach any energy, all of that, and that can be tough to do. Pokevital A heals 150 damage, which in a lot of cases is going to be a full attack, and it doesn't have the downside of needing to re-evolve the Pokemon you healed or needing to re-accelerate those energies. I imagine a card like Pokevital A could see play in a deck like Goodra V-Star, right? Where you power up the Goodra V-Star, and then you've got the Moisture Star V-Star power to completely heal it once. And then Pokevital A is like another way to heal your Goodra V-Star. And Goodra is a Pokemon you don't want to pick up a fully loaded Goodra into your hand with Scoop Up Cyclone, because, I mean, it was probably pretty tough to get all those energy on the Goodra, so you want those to stay there. And Goodra is tanky because of its rolling iron attack, which decreases damage done to it by 80, so it's going to survive a lot of attacks. So in that kind of situation, Pokevital A could be the most optimal ace spec for a deck. There aren't a lot of decks like Goodra out there that might want to play Pokevital A, and Pokevital A might not even be the best ace spec for your Goodra deck. But at least it's a powerful option. New stretcher just dropped, the Nightly Stretcher. It allows you to put a Pokemon or a basic energy card from your discard pile into your hand. This is a very strong card, just a very powerful recovery option, getting either a Pokemon or a basic energy. Right now, we've got Super Rod in standard format, and a lot of decks are playing Super Rod. But if you think back to Clara, Clara was a supporter card that recovered 2 Pokemon and 2 energy, and that saw a lot of play. And part of what made Clara so good was its ability to instantly recover those cards from your discard pile straight to your hand when you played it. And that immediacy really made Clara a powerful option. Nightly Stretcher getting energy and Pokemon back is very good. Gives you that flexibility to maybe run a slightly lower energy count, since you can Nightly Stretcher for an energy back in a pinch. It will play somewhat similarly to Rescue Stretcher from the Sun and Moon block. Rescue Stretcher is one of the most powerful recovery cards ever printed. It allows you to recover a Pokemon from your discard pile to your hand, but then the secondary effect is that instead of doing that, you can shuffle 3 from your discard into your deck, kind of like a Super Rod effect, but no energy involved. And that flexibility is incredibly good. And Rescue Stretcher saw play in almost every standard deck during its legality. Nightly Stretcher doesn't have the flexibility to put multiple Pokemon back into the deck. So I expect that maybe Nightly Stretcher will see play alongside Super Rod in some sort of combination, since you may just want to recover more Pokemon at a time with Super Rod, but then sometimes you may want to just bring one back instantly to the hand. Either way, Nightly Stretcher is a very powerful card, and I expect it to see a lot of play. The Neutral Center Ace Spec. Oh, how could I forget about this guy? It is a stadium card that prevents all damage done to Pokemon that don't have rule boxes by attacks from your opponent's Pokemon EX and Pokemon V. That's incredibly busted. However, you can't recover it. And once it goes to the discard pile, it stays there. You could theoretically completely wall yourself off from Pokemon EX and Pokemon V. This is a powerful option for control decks. If at the end of the game, a control player is able to deduce that you're probably out of stadiums, they could put Neutral Center into play, and then their single prize Pokemon can't be damaged by Pokemon V or Pokemon EX. You could just checkmate somebody with the Neutral Center. In some ways, I think Neutral Center is kind of like a worse Mimikyu, right? Since Mimikyu has the Safeguard ability, which protects you from Pokemon EX and Pokemon V. Neutral Center is a stadium that can kind of turn any of your non-rule box Pokemon into an effective Safeguard Pokemon, but the Neutral Center can just get removed from play with a Lost Vacuum or a Counter Stadium, and then you can't recover it. So I think you're probably better off using the Hero's Cape and Mimikyu in your control deck. And I don't necessarily think that Neutral Center is going to be the optimal stadium for a lot of decks, but if your opponent is unprepared for it, it could definitely win games. Did you guys have any ideas of how Power Hourglass is good? I was reading this card and I was like, it seems kind of good. But I'm kind of but I don't really know how. I'm going to be honest. Most cards I look at, I'm like, oh yeah, it could be used this way. But Raging Bolt. I mean, if Raging Bolt lives through the turn, you're winning regardless. I feel like Raging Bolt is just always better off playing Bravery Charm to try and get it to live a turn. Raging Bolt would always rather have a Bravery Charm. All right. The free attachment with Dialga after you Star Chronos is funny, but I don't know if it's good. I think it's more funny than good. Chen Pao never lives through the turn. The thing is that the thing about the card, all right, the thing about the card is that the Pokemon has to live through the turn. The Pokemon has to live through the turn. All right. The new tool, Power Hourglass, is really interesting. I read this card and was like, it seems good, but also, how do you utilize it, right? It's a tool card that says at the end of your turn, if the Pokemon this card is attached to is in the active spot, you may attach a basic energy from your discard pile to that Pokemon. It seems good because accelerating extra energy into play is almost always good, right? That's just great. There's a lot of situations where you want extra energy into play. But this card does have qualifiers. First of all, it's got to be attached to a Pokemon in the active spot, right? And then it says, at the end of your turn, you can attach a basic energy from your discard pile to that Pokemon. So the Pokemon has to be in the active spot. You have to have energy in your discard pile. And that Pokemon in your active spot has to live through your opponent's turn in order for you to get the added benefit of the energy that you accelerated into play with Power Hourglass. There's also another kind of weird limitation to Power Hourglass's usefulness. You need to accelerate an extra energy from your discard pile to the Pokemon in the active spot, and that Pokemon in the active spot needs that Pokemon in the active spot needs to want an extra energy attached to it. A lot of times, your attacker already has the necessary energy attached to it in order to attack, or else why is it in the active spot, right? And if your attacker doesn't have the necessary energy it needs to attack, then you don't want it in the active spot. You want it on the bench where it can kind of stay safely until it's ready to attack. And then you put it in the active spot. Why are people saying Weavile? That's fun. Okay. So as we kind of think about it, there are very few situations where I think Power Hourglass actually makes sense in Standard, because almost 100% of the time, if you've got a Pokemon in the active spot in Standard, it is not safe. And if it is in the active spot, then it's attacking and already has the energy it needs attached to it. But with the new Weavile and the Hail Claw attack, which requires that you discard all energy from this Pokemon and you paralyze them, right? This is pretty cool. You've got like a infinite kind of paralysis combo going on. You have to discard all energy from the Weavile in order to use Hail Claw. With the Hourglass, you can attach another water energy from the discard pile back to Weavile, and your opponent's active Pokemon is paralyzed. That's neato. The only thing missing from a kind of infinite paralysis deck like this Weavile deck is a card like Sinister Hand Dusknoir from Boundaries Crossed. If we had Dusknoir in Standard, then you've got like the perfect lock deck, because you can paralyze your opponent with Hail Claw, and then Dusknoir, you can move the damage off of that Pokemon every single turn, and then take all 6 prizes at once. We do have Radiant Alakazam. Radiant Alakazam can move 2 damage counters off of the defending Pokemon every turn, but eventually you will still knock out the Pokemon that you have locked there. And that's not actually what you want to do. All right? You don't want to ever knock out that Pokemon that's in the active, because then your opponent will have a chance to attack, and you don't want to ever give them a chance to attack. No, that's not what we're doing here. We are trying to lock them fully, okay? We are trying to fully lock them with the Weavile strategy. So yeah, you got Radiant Alakazam. You could Turo Radiant Alakazam and do it twice. You could attach a double turbo energy to your Weavile and make it so you're only doing 50. You could attach 2 double turbos to your Weavile and make it so you're only doing 30. Then we're talking. Oh, you have to discard all energy. Never mind. It discards all. You're right. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah. All right. So I guess your best option for the lock, since you can only move 2 damage counters at a time with Radiant Alakazam, is to Hail Claw over and over while manipulating damage counters with Radiant Alakazam, then use Boss's Orders to bring up Pokemon with more HP and lock them in place, and then eventually you start manipulating damage in a way that you can take prize cards, and all the while your opponent is just suffering there, thinking, dang it, why didn't I play more switch cards? They never do. So yeah, the Power Hourglass is interesting. I think it's very interesting with that Weavile card. It could see play in Gym Leader Challenge format as a way to get extra energy into play in kind of the same way that TM Turbo Energize is a way to get extra energy into play. But honestly, I think its usefulness will be pretty narrow, but in the situations where Power Hourglass is useful, it will be very useful. Cassiopeia is a new supporter card that says you can only use this card when it's the last card in your hand. Search your deck for up to 2 cards and put them into your hand. This is not very good, frankly. Cards like Peony were just better in our previous format, where you discarded your hand and got to look for 2 trainer cards. Nope. Item cards, right? What was it? Trainers. Trainers, yep. Cards like Peony from our previous format were just stronger, which required that you discard your hand and allowed you to search your deck for 2 trainers. I mean, Cassiopeia does allow you to get 2 of any cards from your deck into your hand, but being limited by the fact that it has to be the last card in your hand is a pretty strong limitation. And in a format without tons of turbo items that allow you to really thin your hand down, I don't really see Cassiopeia seeing any competitive play. And then finally, the Nighttime Academy is a stadium that says once during each player's turn, that player may put a card from their hand on top of their deck. Now, most VMAX Pokemon rotated out of standard formats last rotation, but there are how many stragglers? There are a few stragglers. And one of those stragglers is Kyurem VMAX. With its Glaciated World ability, you can discard the top card of your deck, and if it's a water energy, you can attach it to one of your Pokemon. And you can ensure that that top card of your deck is a water energy with Nighttime Academy. You could also play Nighttime Academy in your electric generator decks. If you want to put a lightning energy from your hand on top of your deck and then use Nighttime Academy is also a nice buff for electric generator decks. If you want to put a lightning energy from your hand on top of your deck and then play electric generator, look at the top 5. You're guaranteed to see a lightning energy there and be able to accelerate it to one of your bench Pokemon. You could also play Nighttime Academy in your Dialga V-Star deck with the Metang engine. You could put a metal energy on top of your deck and then use Metang to accelerate that metal energy into play. So definitely some usefulness. You could even use Nighttime Academy in your silly Meg Cargo EX deck. That's right. So not every deck will love Nighttime Academy, but the decks that do want to stack specific cards on top of their deck will love this card. Cool. That about does it for the new Shrouded Fable set. This is, again, going to be our last standard legal set before the 2024 World Championships. Let me know what you think of these new cards in the comments below, and thank you so much for watching. Is there any card that I didn't give enough love to, or any card you're really looking forward to? Let me know what you think. Y'all take it easy and have a good one. See ya. All right, that's it. YouTube video done. I'm not going anywhere, though. Time to play TCG Live, baby. Let's go. Let's get after it. Revavroom EX is so bad. Do I think the set will have a bigger or lesser impact compared to Pokemon Go in 2022 Worlds? Bigger. So bad? The Revavroom is unplayable. Revavroom is like Magcargo EX level. It's that bad. Like, go ahead, put Revavroom EX right next to your Magcargo EX in the bulk box. Go ahead. That's where it goes. Uh-huh. I guess the reason why I'm saying that this set will have more of an impact than Pokemon Go is because I think there's like a new archetype here. But the Pokemon Go set didn't introduce a new archetype. It just gave us Pokestop. But I guess it also gave us Radiant Charizard. So maybe I'm tripping. It's hard to say. Maybe Pokemon Go is a bigger impact. Yeah, maybe Pokemon Go is bigger. All right, y'all. Hang tight. I'm going to take a quick break, grab a little drink. When I get back, we're going to play some of the best game ever made. Thank you so much for being here. I'll be right back. All right. Let's get it. And I need to take the BRB off. Let's roll. Yesterday we spent some time playing Dragabulk, and I think that we're finally arriving on a list that feels pretty good. I do think so. We're getting there. We're getting there. A couple of things I think I want to try. I feel like I do need Enhanced Hammer. We took it out. We didn't play against any Lugia yesterday, so there was like, there's that. Silene Troll. Not Troll. Certainly useful. I think I can make a YouTube video on Dragapult. I mean, it's a relevant time to do it. You'd want to make the YouTube video on Dragapult before, like... So I think this weekend is a good time to release this video if I can get it out. So I just want to make sure I get a few more games with it. Is there anything else that I really, really need? Well, yeah, you want to be... I've played with Wonder Cloak for sure. But then it does get a little sketch. Like, you just kind of want to see them. You can play with Wonder Cloak, though. I was for a little while yesterday. You could go the Tord and just play one Nest Ball. I think Tord played just one Nest Ball on his EUIC list, right? Are there any other, like, bananas cards that we feel like we need in here? I don't really think so. Fourth Iono is pretty good. One Psychic Dreepy? Why? Just to be different? No. He's got 60 hit points. I like a Temple for Lugia. But we play the Neo upper, so I don't really want that. I'd rather just play a second hammer. Tudra Cloak's also better for control. Silene's good. I think we just keep second Nest Ball and send it. All right. Yeah, this list is actually kind of nuts. I'm going to be honest. It's kind of perfect. What about a bear? We've already got Charizard. We don't need no bear. Yeah, we've already got dude. Halucha. We'll get through some games and see if I feel like we needed Halucha. Collapse. I think it's Collapsed or Turo. I don't think it's both. What am I up against? Ooh. Tina with the Legacy energy. That's spicy. That is spicy. Spicy, spicy. All right. Looks like I'm playing against Giratina, and I saw in their mulligan hand they've got a Legacy energy in their deck. So that is kind of fun and whimsical and interesting. How fun is that? I've got the Neo upper energy, very highly exposed in deck. Wonderful. And everything else seems fine. Bibarel's here. That's great. And I've got a Rare Candy and an Arven in my hand, as well as a couple of Mela. Let's go Dreepy and Bidoof. I think that's fine. And then we'll attach an energy to Pidgey and pass. I think that's okay. And kind of see what happens from here. I might decide to, oh yeah, see, that's why we're seeing what happens, because it's an Abyss Seeking. That's the most Tina thing you could possibly do. For sure. Just energy and Abyss Seek. Oh yeah. This might be a call for family turn for me. Ooh, but we top deck Ultra Ball, which changes everything. Because now we can Arven for Oh. We're like so close. I don't want to Ultra Ball away both these Mela, but also I might. I kind of just want to continue setting up too. Yeah, let's do this. I think I'm just going to continue setting up. I'm not going to worry about like doing a crazy pop off this turn. We're just going to kind of be a little bit more responsible than that. We're saying no Super Rod this game, but we play the Silene, so who cares? And Will Incisors. Ooh, that is nice, isn't it? Okay, so we're going to do this. And then we're going to Star Alchemy. And we're going to get a Buddy Buddy Poffin. And then we're going to Buddy Buddy Poffin for 2 more Dreeps. And then we're going to retreat this energy so it doesn't end up stranded on my Pidgey. And then Rare Candy into Pidgeot, because Pidgeot's got free retreat. And then we're going to quick search for Dracloak. And then we're going to Recon Directive. And that doesn't matter. Sure. And then we'll end the turn with Instant Charge. And we're cooking up a mean turn 3 attack. Cool. And we're ready to rock and roll here. They've got Radiant Greninja, sure. And a Comfy. If they take a knockout with Cramorant, that's fine. Then I've got Defiance Band, I've got Mela. I've got my Neo Upper in the deck. Kieran, not really doing too much, but a nice option to have. There's the Legacy energy. There she blows. Rare Candy off the top is cool and all. Let's do some things. I can Arvin gets me the board for a free retreat, which is nice. It's Recon Directive. None of that helps. That's fine. And then yeah, I think we just do the attack. Let's just get the vessel, get the board. Vessel, quick search for Dragapult. Uh-oh. That's fine, I goofed. There goes my Dragapult there. Scuffed gameplay, Mahone. Scuffed gameplay. It's fine. We'll get these. It's fine. We're going the slow and steady route. I meant to do this and not collect the Rare Candy, but that's fine. So then I can attack. You know what? I'm chilling. I don't even feel like attacking, bro. Yeah, you go for it. You go first. No. I ain't even attacking, bro. We're chilling. Next turn. Now, what's the point, man? It's cool. They're at 3 cards in the lost zone. Yeah, I probably had no fear of them ever getting to 10. But we make it so counter catcher doesn't work. They can't lost impact my Pidgeot. It's fine. So we're just going to hang out here. And I've got the hammer. I've got boss. We got things we can do. This Tina, nah. I ain't too concerned about that. If they do something like take a single prize on Dreepy and they put down another Tina V, I could gust that up and knock it out with a Defiance. Something like that. Which could be good. Maybe this Nest Ball. Oh, like it's a Comfy. Okay. Yeah, the hammer. They're going to feel real bad about that. Legacy Energy with the hammer. That's what I'm saying. You kind of have to play the hammer, right? Legacy Energy is like too good of a card. I think you do kind of have to respect it. Absolutely. Knock out my Rotom. Or knock out my, not my Rotom, knock out my Dreepy. Do it. Hit the Dreepy. You're going to Tina V-Star. You're going to no Star Requiem? Okay. That's fine. I do really like Turo. I mean, Turo just being able to like pick up this Rotom is so good. Mirage Gate. All right, they're going in with Radiant Greninja. That's fine. It don't really bother me none. I mean, you can soften up with my Dragapult, sure. I imagine they're knocking out my Dreepy. Oh, they're knocking out both those guys. I forgot he's only got 90 hit points. That's kind of cringe, but it's also fine. You're going to have to pay for that. Yeah, get that thing out of here. No way! No way! That freezes the game? Okay. Is that all of my Dreepy? I have one prize. No, all 3 Dreepy. I need my rod back. Okay. That's fine. Slight issue. No matter. We're chilling. All right, things are getting a little dire here. All right, scuffed warm-up game. Scuffed warm-up game. Go next. Yeah. Scuffed warm-up game. That's fine. Just a scuffed warm-up game. Listen, I misclicked early. With the rare candy. That wasn't meant to be that way. All right, we can start predicting. I got to get my head in the game. Let's go. I chalk that one up as a mental win. Mentally, I felt like I was winning there. Maybe we should put Manaphy back in the deck, though. Maybe today I'll choose to go second. I think that's going to be the vibe of today. Going first has been a little underwhelming. Going second seems kind of goated, I'm not going to lie. Oh, yeah, I'm going to be at NAIC for sure. Yeah, I like going second. Getting the turn one Arvin, it's really good. Looks like I'm playing a Dragapult. Looks like I'm playing a Dragapult Mirror. My opponent's going first. They've got Rotom, a Fire Energy, and they are playing Xatu. And I am going to show just why Xatu is not optimal. Let's go. I'm going to show off our optimal Dragapult list right here. What do we got? We've got Bibarel. Bidoof is prized. We've got Pidgeot. We've got Rotom. All right. It's feeling pretty good, buddy. We're going to get some buddies. Got some buddies. Feels good. We're going here. And we're going... I could go Ultra Ball away the Iono. Say, whatever, dude. Who cares about this Iono? That's what I'm saying. All right. I do not care. That's for sure. Rotom down. Fire down. 4 Seal Stone. Charge. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Let's go. We got the heat. I got my Dreeps out. I got my Pidge out. Ain't no way you're saucing up the turn 2 attack. Not with that Natu on the bench. No chance. If you go turn 2 attack and knock out my Pidgey, I will be mad. And I will say that this whole thing is rigged. But there's no way that you're going to do that. Because you've got a little, teeny little Natu. It's not going to do it. No way. No way you go Xatu, Clairvoyant Sense. No, you disconnected. My start was so OP that you said you couldn't handle it anymore. I get it. Please, Tricky Jim, you must slow down. Your starts are too aggressive. I get it. Gotta play it out for the off chance that they didn't disconnect, but like I definitely know they did, but just to show. I mean, that's turn 2. That's real solid. And I got some questions about, why no TM Evo in the list. It's the same reason, like, all right, well, why aren't we playing TM Evo in Charizard? Right, let me pose that question. Thank you, Mega Pugzilla, for the sub. Appreciate it. Why aren't we playing TM Evo in Charizard decks? Because Charmeleon isn't a draw engine? Yes, but here's the thing is that Dracloak is not a valid draw engine either. Setting up 2 Dracloak is not the same as setting up 2 Kirlia. It's not the same as setting up a Bibarel. It's not the same. Charizard has 6 energy. Very hard to find turn 1. Same. We're playing 6 energy. I'm playing 3 fire, 3 psychic. I would say that just like Charizard, instead of using TM Evo, you're better off using no, it's 6 and then Neo Upper, but I am not attaching Neo Upper energy to a Dreepy in order to use Evo TM. Right, Comfy's not a fair comparison because you play Comfy to get cards in the Lost Zone in order to power up the rest of your deck. You play it because you have to. Now, we could play a Cleffa. That's the one card we could play. And I don't hate that because you could go, yeah, we could go -1 Nest Ball, +1 Cleffa. Then we're, you know. And we're just choosing to go second from now on. I'm okay with that. I think we need to start thinking, yo, Little Dark Fury, let's freaking go! Battle of the Tubers! I think we as a community, you need to stop thinking about Dracloak as like a draw engine and more like kind of a nice little guy that you don't mind having around. Think of him more like that. Like, wow, he's kind of nice. Oh, whoa, an extra card? Okay, don't mind if I do. Yes, I'm on 4 candy, yes. Playing against Little Dark Fury, and I have no idea what he's up to. It looks like we got the Ogre Pawn, what, trio? Quadruple, what's a quartet? That's the word I'm looking for. Looks like we have the Ogre Pawn Quartet. Very fun. You can always count on Little Dark Fury to have something spicy up his sleeve. Neato. Luminous Energy, sure. All right. We're up against Little Dark Fury. Little Dark Fury is playing the Ogre Pawn Toolbox deck, and we're going second. Just have to Iono. I really don't want to Iono LDF's 3-card hand, but that is the hand that we have been dealt, so we kind of have to do that. Don't want to get rid of any of these cards. Don't want to attach my Neo Upper Energy to the Pidge, so I'm not going to do that. I will Ultra Ball these away. You can always rod them back later. That's fine. We've got 2 Dragapult and a great choice. Let's go. We do not have, unfortunately, we do not have our Rotom in deck, which is sad, but that's okay. We'll get Bidoof. And let's Iono. Well, let's go. Nice. Oh, this is exactly why Cleffa is here. Let's freaking go. Big dog. Big dog Cleffa. And we can free retreat. And we've got Psychic Energy to the Dreep. And Grasping Draw for 4. Let's freaking go. Awesome stuff. Now, hopefully, LDF doesn't get like the torrential pump this turn. That would be sad. I imagine that he can probably do that. That would be scary. But that's all good. We're just going to say that the torrential pump can't hurt us. LDF could sob, for sure. I do play a switch card in here. So I'm okay if I get sobbed. I play Kieran and I play Turo. So, like, also sob does 20 damage, so it's not like he can lock me forever. I think I'm getting hit with the torrential pump, though. No? Okay. Yes, I am getting hit with the torrential pump. Okay. So he's going swap, swap. And then here comes the torrential pump. That's all good, though. You can't knock out both, my guys. You can only knock out one. And you also cannot knock out my beaver. So, a little bit aggressive here. I'm feeling a little bit of aggro. And we'll see who he decides to get. Probably the Dreepy with the energy, if I have to guess. Nope, the Pidgey. Good choice. But it does give me an easy attack. So I'm thrilled he didn't hit my Dreepy. That's fantastic. Because I just have attack right here. Yo, the Kieran off the top. Nutter Butters. We've got that. We've got Arvin. Arvin for Rare Candy and Defiance Band. Rare Candy into Pult. Defiance. Ultra Ball. I kind of want to keep the Silene. I can get rid of this 4 Sealstone. But I also just want to draw more cards. So I think I can get rid of those. That's fine. We'll get rid of those. Keeping the Silene seems okay. Having the Radiant Charizard seems really good. Will I need the Silene, though? Not really. I don't think I will. I think I can probably get rid of the Silene. Do I have my Rod in the deck? I didn't use the Rod, did I? No, Rod's prized. Okay, Rod is prized. We're going to get the Beaverell. Okay. Go Beeb. And I think... Oh, because then you could turn into the one that... You could turn into the one that can one-hit KO me, which is so gnarly. I really don't want to deal with that. I'm going to get rid of the Silene. Okay. Feel like I need to draw more cards. Okay, we've got Buddy Buddy Poffin. Go get these. It's a good rip there for sure. Okay. And this is tough because, I mean, if you get the Ogre Pawn, I think we just put all 6 here. That's fine. If you get the Ogre Pawn powered up that can do like the revenge attack, LDF can go to 2 prizes left, which is like, ugh. But then the thing is, LDF has to have this one powered up, though, in order to do that. And I don't think that's possible, right? Without, like, energy switches or Turo. Or not Turo. I don't think it's possible to get this one powered up. Right? So I think I'm safe. It does 20 damage, yeah, times the amount of, like, energy on it, or damage on it or something. The biggest fear, I think, is like a penny or something. That would feel pretty devastating right now. Yeah, 2 more Ogre's Mask? Sure. I mean, if LDF has... LDF played the double mask last turn. If he double masks again this turn, yeah, I'm a little bodied, but... That would be all 4 masks. Yeah, the Wrathful Hearth, right? And we're, you know, with the Ogerpon on the bench, I mean, that is just a vacuum and it's done. Which is really nice. We got Radiant Charizard. Radiant Charizard 1-hit KOs, all these things. Which is really good. I don't necessarily want this Turo scenario in my hand right now. So that's a little bit underwhelming. I do wish I found a Dracloak last turn. But that's okay. The Legacy Energy. All right. The Legacy Energy. But I have the technology. And I will be utilizing it. All right, so we Arven for Ultra Ball. Yes, Arven for Ultra Ball. We go get Pidgeot. We Pidgeot for Hammer. Okay. Arven for Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball away these. Get Pidgeot. Rare Candy into Pidgeots. Incisors. You see what I'm saying? How Bibarel and Pidgeot do what Dracloak cannot. Dracloak, he's just a nice guy. He's a nice guy to have. Goodbye. Yeah, not today, buddy. Quick search. Get another Dracloak. Evolve here. Yeah, that board's looking pretty nice. Looking pretty nice. And then Phantom Dive for knockouts. And we'll go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, sure. Yep. That's a 4 prize turn. Goodbye. I'll take my 4 prizes. And all I have to do is use Radiant Charizard for win. Unless these both turn into Stone Face guys. Cornerstone Mask. Which is good. All right, there's a Tatsugiri. I see. Another Luminous Energy. Don't need to worry about Legacy Energy coming back. That's nice. Cornerstone doesn't matter. It just can't get hit by Charizard, I guess. But Cornerstone Mask doesn't matter. But I can't knock it out with Radzard. I can knock out anything. What I'm saying is I have Checkmate with Radzard for game. Or I could just go get a Psychic for Dracloak. I mean, I have Checkmate a whole bunch of different ways. Yeah. You're out of here. Not gonna lie though, you had me sweating with that turn 2 Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. That was a little bit scary. You know, maybe I should think about putting a Manaphy in here. No. Manaphy is for cowards. That's what I'm saying. Manaphy's for cowards. Yeah. Yeah, no mana feed, just dodge. That's what I'm saying. All right, the switch cart. Okay. And Myriad Leaf Shower. Going down to 2 prizes remaining. But do I have a card for you, LDF? There goes my hero. Watch him as he goes. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. There goes my hero. Those are the only lines of the song that I know, so I'm just going to keep saying them over and over again. GG's, LDF. GG's. All right, heck yeah. GG's, LDF. GG's. You had me sweating with that Wellspring, I'm not going to lie. I was like, dang, LDF going to come in here and expose me for not playing Mana Feed just like that? Crazy. Oh, yeah. Beat Pidgeot. It's the way to go. I really believe that this is the best way to play Dragapult now. It feels so much more solid than like the Xatu crap. Xatu has been pretty garbage in my testing. I posted this list on Twitter. The only thing I've changed 2 cards from the list I posted on Twitter yesterday. I took out Hisuian Heavy Ball and I took out a Nest Ball for Cleffa and for Enhanced Hammer. And you got to see the Enhanced Hammer get right to work. Yes. Maybe I have to put a Manaphy in here. Man, I do not feel like putting Manaphy in here, dude. Is that like the world's hardest flower selecting choice? Thank you, Reverend General, for the sub and the 29 months. Appreciate it. Manaphy is for babies. I'm saying. Looks like I'm playing against a Lost Box deck. They're up first. Used a couple flower selectings. I'm playing the Broken Dragapult deck. And they got Cramorant. This might be a Cleffa opening from me. A Call for Family opening's not terrible either. Honestly, Call for Family is kind of... Oh, yeah! All right. Let's freaking go! Cleffa it is. We're just going to go get Cleffa. We're going to get that. We're going to retreat into the Cleffa. And just in case my opponent gets the turn 2 Radiant Greninja, I need to do this, which is cringe, but that's fine. Here we go. Grasping Draw. Blammo. Then we're kind of chilling now. Yeah, Cleffa's sick. Got to play this card. This card rocks for sure. We got Dragapult right here. Feels good. I got Arvin, Ultra Ball, Pidgeot, Rare Candy Pidgeot. Yeah, we're in there. JW says, hey, Andrew, are we actually playing Dragapult next week? No. Maybe. I told you I'm playing Chen Pao, dog. Nobody wants to believe me. All right, so we're playing against the Lost Box Dragapult deck. And now it's time for me to prove that pure Dragapult is better than Lost Box Dragapult. So we got a lot on the line here. We do. All right. Top deck something good. Come on. This is fine. So we go Arvin. And we have to Arvin for Ultra Ball and Defiance Band. That's okay. That's fine. Okay. And then I could have gotten the attack this turn. It just doesn't feel. I could have gotten the Phantom Dive this turn, but it just didn't seem worth it. I think it's better to just go get this guy evolved. Oh, I did this. I freaking goofed like crazy. I meant to Ultra Ball for Pidgeot. Do that. God, I'm throwing. Why am I throwing? Frick. All right, it's fine. No. I know. Get me behind the wheel of a stage 2 deck. Look what happens. We'll take our Arvin again. It's fine. We're getting in there next turn. Dang it! I meant to get the stupid thing! All right. Jet Headbutt. It's fine. Maybe stick to C-Pow. I know. I wasn't dialed in. It's just little like dissonance things like that happen with me on TCG Live constantly, where I just things get lost in translation. In my mind, I was setting up the Pidgeot to go get the Dragapult, but then I'll just click the rare candy too fast. That kind of stuff I'm constantly making little errors like that on the client. But that stuff doesn't happen in paper where I wouldn't accidentally rare candy into Dragapult instead of rare candy into Pidgeot there. It's I know that the sequence is easier for me to map in paper for some reason. My mind is way ahead of the action. Yeah, I know, right? For some reason, it's easier for me to keep track of what's kind of going on in paper. Okay. This is interesting. If I take Counter Catcher, we take Arvin. If I take Rare Candy, if I take Rare Candy, I can go get the Pidgeot and yeah, it seems like we kind of just have to end up doing that, huh? We can Arvin. I can Arvin for Ultra Ball, board. Ultra Ball away. This just feels bad. It's all because I goofed up last turn. That's fine. Psychic in the discard pile. Let's just do this. Yeah, I've got that. That's fine. Get this thing out of here. Sure. Whatever. Fine. There's Badufsky. Definitely throwing. We'd be in a lot more command of this game if I had not been throwing. But that's okay. We're still doing fine. I do need to start using Phantom Dive, though. That's for sure. Silene is somewhat useful. They can't really take the knockout on this Dragapult this next turn unless they Devo it. Which is fine. We do have all 4 Ultra Ball in the discard pile. We're getting Iono. All right, cool. Beautiful, actually. Beautiful. I need that fire energy. Perfect. I got Radiant Alakazam. All right. That's fine. Do you have the rare candy Dragapult switch? No shot. No, you got Stinky Dracloak. Okay. Unfair stamp. Yo, hold up. That's fine. Now I feel bad for getting rid of my boss. It's fine, though. Doesn't matter. Do you have to gate to the active so you can spit innocently again? I think that's what we're doing. Gosh, this feels so bad to have 100 damage on this Cramorant. Just is what it is, though, because I got rid of my boss. Ugh. It's fine, though. That's okay. Recon directive. Does the vacuum matter? Not really. Quick search. Grab the rare candy. Do that to protect it. This is where like the bundle would be really good. But it's all good. That's fine. Try to force evolves on all those. That's okay. Who are you kidding? I'm spamming Hailblade all next week. Well, of course. I've been saying this. I have not tried to mislead any of you in that regard. I have been saying this. Chen Pao Baxcalibur is the perfect Pokemon TCG deck. It is the perfect deck. You know, I'm just trying to help everybody else out, actively working towards my own demise, actually. Actively working towards my own demise by just showing everybody the perfect Dragapult deck. How much have I played it into Dragapult? Not enough. That's going to be some testing I have to do for sure. I feel like I really want a Turo. But I need to like top deck Neo Upper Energy in order to do that. If I top deck Neo Upper Energy and I Turo, that would be pretty sick. I think they're trying to devolve everything. That would be my guess. Silene doesn't really get me anything good right now, so we don't even want that. Let's go Recon. Vacuum. I've only got 4 cards in hand. What's Iono? I think that's fine. Send that. I think we just want Iono, yeah. It is unfortunate. Let's go here. Quick search. My other Dragapult is prized. Oh, God. I think I lose. Let's see. I get to take 2 prizes. That's pretty good. Or not 2 prizes, but I get to set up. Well, all right. That's pretty good. I think we're going to get this guy down just to have him down. Okay. Just in case something goes crazy. Okay. I'll take a prize. I got 3 left. kind of expecting them to take a 4-prize turn. I mean, if they take a 4-prize turn, knocking out Dragapult and Pidgeot, then I just need to knock out their Dragapult and Comfey for game. I feel like I've been throwing this game, though, so I feel like this game hardly counts, or hardly feels like a good representation of the matchup, because I feel like I'm playing like trash. Thank you, Neko Wizard, for the raid of 2. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I definitely feel like I'm playing suboptimal. That's okay. I am not professing to be a Dragapult head, okay? But I feel like I've kind of created a good list. So now I feel like I have to become a Dragapult head. All right, they have to put this Comfey in the active so they can switch card it. If they switch card it, I'm definitely kind of bodied. Yes, I'm definitely bodied. I think I lose now. I think it's as simple as that. Well, not necessarily, but pretty much. Well, they take these 4. They still have to boss for game or whatever. Halucha? I know, right? Well, I guess they might not have boss, right? Kind of have to hope for that. But they could bundle. That's the problem, is bundle. And I have no way of... I think my Rod is like also not in deck. Dang. Yeah, I think we got kind of played. The bundle's sick. Counter catch. It doesn't matter what I do. I shouldn't have put this Radiant Zard down. Then I could Turo this up. And then I think I'm in the clear unless they devolve me, but... Yeah, they got guaranteed win with the... Ah, dang it. All right. I feel like I threw that game. I definitely threw. Dang. Yeah. I played like trash in the early games. I forgot. I literally messed up getting Pidgeot out. Like that was pretty despicable. And I got myself behind like a whole turn of attacking by doing that. Thank you, Trainer Nerd, for that sub in the 2 months. Appreciate it. Yeah, that was... I just threw in the beginning of the game. I would really like to replay that match because I feel like I'm favored. The bundle is sick for sure. But I messed up getting my Pidgeot out. Which is like inexcusable, man. Oh yeah, we got the broken start. Let's freaking go. You want to see some POW games? Well, that's not going to be fun because I won't lose if I play POW. There'll be no drama. It'll just be pure evisceration of every single opponent I have. Yeah, with Dragapult, there's lots of drama, you know. I make misplays, the deck breaks. Thoughts on Wellspring Mask and POW? It's just not worth it. You're better off just using Radiant Greninja. Don't know what I'm up against here. No idea what I'm playing against here. Manaphy, Darkness Energy, and Bidoof. Interesting group. But let's get this party started. Okay, I think I'm gonna do this. And then we're gonna go get ourselves a Pidgey. And then check this out. This is a lot of fun. Okay, and then we're gonna look at Silene. No, I don't even want a Silene. All right, Grasping Draw for 5. I was like, Silene, I could put an Ultra Ball back on top, but I've already got an Ultra Ball right here. So I don't really need another one. Arven, what am I playing against? Darkness Energy, Arven, Buddy, Turbo Energize. You better not be Blissey. No, you can't be Blissey. What do you... The Ekans deck? No. Not the Arbok deck. No, we got the Arbok deck. Free matchup. I ain't even scared. We're cool, we're cool. Yeah, what you think you're going to do with that Ekans, dog? Nothing. All I have to do is set up Bibero and your whole strategy's ruined. The whole thing. Why they Turbo Energize? Fascinating. Let's go. Kieran, not doing a whole lot right here. Seems to be the theme of Kieran, but that's okay. Kieran is in the deck for a specific reason. No. Let's Arven. Pretty sure I prized my Rotom. Yep. I also prized my Neo Upper Energy. Wow. Just full of cringe today, aren't we? And I prized my one of Bibero. This deck stinks. All right, it's fine. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go get Vessel and 4 Sealstone. Okay. And then I am going to, for my next trick, Ultra Ball away Kieran and Arven. Okay. We're going to go get Pidgeot. And then we're going to rare candy into Pidgeot. And then we're going to quick search for that guy, Mr. Pult. Then we're going to rare candy into the Pult. Then we're going to Earth the Vessel away this. Get these. And blammo, we're coming in hot for 70 damage. Jet Headbutt. Okay. That's fine. There's a Pidge in low resolution. Got it. I took out the Hisuian Heavy Ball. For the hammer, hammer's been good though. I mean, hammer is good. You gotta have to play the hammer, right? What am I gonna choose to discard? And we'll see if we get to keep this hand. Maybe they judge me or something. I'll probably choose to discard the probably the Silene and the Pidgey. And then I'm going to attach energy and boss. Yep, nope, judge. See? The Arbok deck is not good. I mean, that's the thing, is that it's not good, right? It's pure cheese. Not even like a good kind of cheese. It's not even like a nice fine cheese, you know. It's like a toe cheese, you know, like a belly button cheese. It's kind of like butt cheese is what we're working with here. It's not the kind of cheese you want. Okay, here we go. Quick search. Go get me more cards, please. These cards don't help. Can you do more than 150 damage? I sure hope you can't. This is fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Max spell incoming? Well, that would be rough. Guess I have to get to using Blistery Wind. Oh, they play Stamp? Yeah, they definitely play Stamp. 100%. Kieran? Yeah, I'm at 1 nest ball right now. Well, that's what towards EUIC lists only on 1 nest ball. Yeah, come on now. It's fine. Okay, so I guess that list also probably played an Artisan though, but who cares? I'm knocking out that other Bibarel. Menacing Fangs. I have to discard 2 cards. We're going to discard Pidgey and Arvin, I think. And then Iono. And then Quick Search. Buddy Buddy Poffin. Buddy Buddy. Get some buddies. Attach Psychic. I mean, we're coming in for 3. Well, let's freaking go. No more Bibarel for you? Goodbye, sir. And I'll take my 3. There's my Bibarel, you slacker. You slacker. You know how useful you would be in this matchup? This entire... Man. This entire deck folds to your presence. And sure enough, my opponent has spotted that out. Oh, whatever. Take my rare candy. All right. Real mature. I've still got one rare candy at large. Keep in mind, my opponent has not taken a prize yet, all right? This is their first one. I don't foresee myself needing that enhanced hammer. I'm pretty sure I discarded my... Yeah. Goodbye. They get their 2 prizes, sure. But this is okay. Ooh, the vacuum. Kind of don't mind if I do, you know? Get rid of the Radzard, though. The Radzard is, like, so good. Let's see what I got in the deck. Quick search. Yeah, we just search for beep, for sure. That's what we're doing. Yeah. My last rare candy's in the deck. Silene's in the deck, too. Easy. Okay. Bench. Beeb. Ha! Get industrious. Don't mind if I do vacuum. Get that thing out of there. Really only just want to put back in Psychic and Dragapult, yeah. Put back in Psychic, Dragapults, and 1 fire. Keep fire in the discard pile for Mela. Be annoying. Grasping Draw. All right. Wait, what if they Airy? That's fine. I've got Silene. That's why Silene is here. No, I haven't decided what I'm playing at NAIC. That's why I'm testing. NAIC is a week away. And I got to consult, the homies. Or I mean, maybe I'm just playing Chen Pao. I don't know. If you want a realistic look into like what it's like for me or someone who plays a lot to like choose what deck that they're going to play at a tournament, the week of the tournament, most of us do not know exactly what we're playing up until like a day or two before the event. Most of us. So like when people ask like, yo, what are you playing? What are you playing? Like, dude, we really don't know. Okay. It's usually like I have like a vague idea of like 2 or 3 decks that I am considering. And Chen Pao is definitely on the list. You guys want to see me Kieran this guy? Can I Kieran them? No, Kieran's in the discard pile. Dang it. Now's the time. Kieran's time is now. Okay, we're cooking. Like, right now, my top pick for NAIC is definitely Chen Pao because, like, I'm very confident with that deck. I'm very comfortable with it, and I think it's broken. And as I've said before, I think it's the perfect Pokemon TCG deck. Yes. And I get the quick search. This is so nuts. Like, what do you even want me to do? I can go get anything. I'm going to get a bad card into my hand. Okay. I mean, especially when you're going to a tournament with like 3,000 players, you just want to be comfortable with deck and confident. You want to be comfortable, confident, right? Lucid says, my coach told me to play Lugia. Well, you should always play what you want to play. I mean, I don't know. If I'm a coach, I'm trying to like dig in and figure out like what my clients' strengths are, what they're most comfortable with, and then trying to enhance their ability to pilot that deck. I'm not, as like a coach, I don't think it's necessarily the right place to like try to micromanage what your client is playing. But I mean, to each their own. Silene? You're gonna be kidding me. Energy Zard for game. How do you want me to retreat? Oh. He does 70? And we got him next turn, folks. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, he does 70, dog? No way. All right. We got him next turn. Yeah, next turn, bro. Next turn. I was so tilted by the double tails. It's the second double tails we've hit this stream. Have I been a coach in the past? Yes. I used to coach a senior player, I think. Might have been a junior. It was a young senior, older junior. It was a while ago. I mean, we're talking like 5 years ago. But for the most part, no, I don't do coaching, because coaching I feel like is, you know, it's a great opportunity to do one-to-one and stuff like that. But I feel like I have an opportunity to reach more, reach more people and help more people improve by streaming. I mean, really, like, my business model is to like help educate and coach for free, or for pay what you want. You know, I mean, obviously there's hundreds of very kind individuals who support the content that I create, and I really appreciate that. But yeah, no, I kind of coach on a pay what you want basis, if you think about that, to lots of people all at the same time. Yeah, thank you, Swizzerton, for the 400 bits. I appreciate you. Thank you. And thank you, Victor Natty, for those 5 gifted subs. Y'all appreciate it. Thank you. But I'm also, you know, I'm blessed and I'm thankful enough, you know, and I'm in a good enough position where I can afford to do that. You know, I mean, not everybody can afford to do that, but I'm very thankful that I'm in a life position where I can afford to kind of do content, like, and people pay what you want, and I offer up all the information that I have for free. Yeah, Natalie used to coach as well. Yep. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Swizzerton. Thank you, Victor. Are we supposed to be learning to play Dragon Ball here? Yes. I firmly believe that here on Tricky Jim, we have concocted the strongest variant of Dragapult. My ability to pilot it on TCG Live, yeah, whatever. All right, it's Friday. How many of you are your most productive here on Friday at the office? How many are you? Huh? How many of you are having your most productive day? But all jokes aside, I think we do seriously have a great list here. Yes. How many of you? My brain is in a million other places right now, just like yours. All right. But I really do think that we've got a super gnarly Dragapult list on our hands. Looks like I'm up against a Greninja EX Frostlass deck. They went first, and they've got this Cleffa here, which I will happily pick off later in the game. However, I do have to worry about a turn 2 Greninja coming in hot. I think I'm kind of just trusting that they don't have it like that. That's what I'm hoping anyways. I've got a little bit of a rough opening, but that's okay. I could just go get Bidoof, or I could get Cleffa. I think Bidoof is the correct... Well, and then you got to worry about these guys pinging the Bibarel. So Cleffa is probably that. No, but then I have to retreat. I think it's Bidoof. And we're kind of just saying, all right, that's fine. The Bibarel will go down, but it'll help me draw in the beginning, so it's good. We'll do that, and we'll pass. I could have petty grudged for 10. Oh, no. God, the misplays, they never stop. My 10 damage. And they grasping draw for 6. Okay. We've got Mela that does nothing. I desperately need to start, like, I don't want 2 psychic energy here, but I need to draw cards, so. All right, I mean, here we go. There's the guy. Got the wrong energy, but it's cool. That Cleffa's dead regardless. 10 damage. No longer a problem. All I need is my Bibarel to survive the turn. Please, scary Greninja player, please don't hit me with the Greninja EX this turn. All right, this is fine. I can deal with this. Yeah, and try bouncing. What the heck? Oh yeah, your deck is not working. That's fine with me. Me over here with my 2 psychic energy on Dragapult. Huh, your deck's not working. All right, Cleffa. I think it's just like Dreepy City out here. Cleffa don't even have an ability, so it can go down. No, Rotom. I can always Turo it later, you know? Instant charge. For sure. Because I need to get this Bibarel out of the active. But all they're doing is bouncing. So that's okay. All right, it's cloak time. I've got Arvin. We can get Force Sealstone. This is the time for Kieran. You know, we play the Kieran for a reason. This right here is the reason. So I have to try and hit it. You know, that gets her done. All right. Recon Directive. We'll take Silene. I still don't have my... I still don't have the correct energy yet, but we'll figure that out when we get there. All right, I ain't tripping about that. That's okay. I'll do my 70 damage. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Switch, soft. Turo, that goes hard. Play the Bidoof back? No! That thing takes damage. I'm good. What are they going to do? Iono me? Nah. But, like, I kind of... I don't know. When you guys think about... All right, think about this. Like, Tord's doing a masterclass on Dragapult this weekend. So that kind of motivated me because I was like, all right, Tord's doing a masterclass. I want to see, like, if I put as much time as I possibly can, what's the best Dragapult list I can come up with? And I'm also kind of curious as to, like, you know, where Tord's Dragapult lists end up as well. Because I like just kind of seeing, you know, what great minds think about deck building in the Pokemon TCG. So I want to see where he ends up. I want to see where I end up. After putting a lot of time in the list, I want to see where I end up. This is around where I've ended up, and I'm kind of interested to see where Tord ends up. However, I also think that because Tord is doing the Dragapult, I wonder if Tord would do a masterclass on a deck that he is going to play before a major event. Like, do you think so? That's what I'm curious about right now. So it's almost like by doing the masterclass on Dragapult, he's almost saying, I'm not playing Dragapult. Unless he's doing some 4D chess and saying, no, I really am. Right? But it's at least interesting to think about. Is he somewhat revealing his hand by holding the masterclass? Looks like I'm playing against Baxcalibur, Chenpao, my beloved, my favorite deck in the Pokemon TCG. Oh, how it pains me to play against you. Such a powerful and consistent and glorious deck. However, I will gladly beat the brakes off you in this game. All right, you've got no little guy down. No, you've got nobody. Yes, you're done. You're done, buddy. It's over for you. Which is great because I am not currently playing a Manaphy. Yeah, we're going no Manaphy, guys. So I'm really thankful that that you don't have the craziest start. That's great. Let's go buddy, and we're gonna get Pidgey and a Dreepy, I think. Okay. And then let's go Ultra Ball away these. Neo uppers in the deck. Great. I'm not touching the Pokestop, all right? I want to. I want to, but I'm not. All right, I'm not gonna touch the Pokestop. I'm gonna be responsible. Okay? Not gonna touch it, even though I wanted to. You think I didn't want to hit that Pokestop so that I could Ultra Ball away different cards? Of course I did. Hot Soup says that it's getting to the point where I can't tell if you saying Chen Pao, Baxcalibur, my beloved, is a bit or not. All right, well, let's do a poll in the chat. Is Chen Pao actually my beloved deck? Yes or no? Is Chen Pao Baxcalibur truly my beloved Pokemon TCG deck? Woo! Look at me go. Dang, I got the Nutter Butters, dude. This is crazy. Yo, I'm about to farm this Chen Pao player. What the heck, dude? You should have never messed with me, dog. You should have never messed with me. We've got the turn 2. Oh, yeah. Rare Candy Pidgeot, Rare Candy Dragapult. Ultra Ball away these guys. Go get Badufsky. Iono. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Dreepski, Dracloak, Recon Directive. Blammo. Look at that. Wowie. We're cooking, guys. We are cooking. Okay, so we've got a fire in the discard pile, vessel in hand. That's perfect. That's why we got the Mellas in the deck. That's why we play the Mela, folks. That is why the Mela is here. So that even if our Dragapult gets destroyed this turn, we've got an easy response. That's what I'm saying. Who needs Manaphy? Just set up first. Who cares? If they go Radiant Greninja, Knockout Dracloak, and Dreepy, then I go Countercatcher, Baxcalibur, knock it out. Would this deck play Raihan if it was around? You betcha. Of course it would. But we don't have Raihan. We've got Mela. That's fine. Mela gets it done. I can't counter, but boss. Oh, yeah, you're right. I can't counter. Dang it. I forgot I took 2 prizes. 2 broken. Boss would be sick, though. But yes, I could boss because they would leave my guy with the energy, so I could boss into it. If you're looking at my list that I posted on Twitter, I cut a Nest Ball and a Hisuian Heavy Ball for Hammer and Cleffa. And now they've got Irida for Rare Candy. Yup. Bax. Yup. Here we are. Rod. They've got... So they need to find energy, I mean, in order to take this knockout. And they might not be able to do that. So their best bet might be to, like, get a few energy and hit concealed cards. They do have the Prime Catcher. I mean, that's gnarly. Dang, I love Chen Pao Baxcalibur. What a broken deck. All right, the poll. I've got 60 respondents saying that yes, Chen Pao is actually my beloved deck, and 30 saying no, it is not my beloved deck. Well, it looks like 66% of you know me. Yes, Chen Pao is the perfect Pokemon TCG deck. I keep saying this, but you don't believe me. You don't believe Chen Pao Baxcalibur is the perfect Pokemon TCG deck, okay? It can do everything. Yes. It can do everything. It can one-hit KO, it can snipe, it can take 2 prizes on little guys. The reason I can't keep a straight face while saying it is because I used to talk so much trash on Chen Pao. That's why I can't say it. The tone is why you think it's a bit. Yeah, well, that's because I used to talk a lot of trash. And I know that people have the receipts. I know that, all right? That's why it's hard for me to say. I've done a full 180 on it. Yep. I have. Listen, $3,000 will do that to a man, okay? I was down in the dumps. I needed a finish. And Chen Pao said, hang on tight, bro. I got you. Sell out. He's a sellout. Nah, it was somewhere in the middle of the Indianapolis Regional Championships. I reached pure Chen Pao nirvana. Thank you, gluten-free, for that Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. All right, so they did the Radiant Greninja thing exactly what I thought they were going to do. Yes, can't get one over on me. I saw this coming from a mile away. All right, I did. Saw it coming from a mile away. So here's what we're going to do. Step 1. Let's see if my boss's orders is in the deck. Let's go get that thing. Oh, yeah. Give me that. Step 2. I'm going to bring up your Baxcalibur. Just like you thought I was going to do that. Yeah, you knew that was coming for sure. And then I think I'm knocking out both of those. I'll have 2 prizes left to take. That's fine. I feel like I don't want to put another target down for Radiant Greninja yet. So just Phantom Dive. It's fine. Cool. And we can Radzard the Chen Pao for game, that's for sure. That's true. I guess I could have just given them. No, because then we'll be tied 2-2. They can take a 3rd prize. They probably don't play any hand disruption, which is why I didn't attach an energy. Which is why I didn't do anything, right? Pidgeot could attack, but what am I going to do with that Pidgeot, bro? He's still 120 damage. If I have to mellow to the Pidgeot, I'll mellow to the Pidgeot. That's fine. But I don't have to do that. So we'll see what they've got. I'm somewhat conflicted because I'm like, I really think that this is the best build of Dragapult, right? And I think that this is the best way to play it. And I think that if people are going to play Dragapult, they really ought to play it like this. But I don't want to play Dragapult for NAIC. I want to play Chen Pao. So, like, am I I think I'm actively hurting my own agenda. But I think, honestly, I think Chen Pao is so broken that I think Chen Pao can overcome the Dragapult matchup for sure. That's how much of a Chen Pao head I am. Yeah, we can work it out. It's fine. I may need to put a Manaphy into this Dragapult deck. Maybe. All right, they got their second Bibarel. They got the Frigibacks. Unfortunately, I'm only running one boss right now. I mean, it's hard to fit everything, right? I mean, we can't fit absolutely everything. And they're hitting the Pidgeot. So they've given themselves the win con. All they need to do is they need to Prime Catcher. All they need to do is Prime Catcher Pidgeot. So I'm going to just Turo the Pidgeot, and I think I win. Right? So, like, we go... All right, here we go. This is what we do. We go... Because they've got 3 prizes left. So... So. We go. What are my Dreep situation looking like? All right, here we go. Halucha wins here, but I don't play Halucha. I don't play that card. Okay, we're going to get 2 Dreepy and Dragapults. Okay. And then we're going to go Buddy Buddy Poffin. Get the 2 Dreepy. And then get those down. And then we're going to Ultra Ball away Arvin and Mela. And we're going to get Bibarel. Radzard wins here. I can't gust, y'all. I can't gust. My counter catcher, I'm winning. I can't counter catcher. All right, we're going here. And we're going quick search for Dragapult. And then you thought, bruh. Yeah, you thought you were slick with it. That's what you thought. You thought that you were slick with it. You were not. Okay. And we'll just hold everything here. And then Phantom Dive. Cool. All right. So I guess yeah, if I find Radiant Charizard, that is checkmate. Yes, you are correct. Probably shouldn't have gotten rid of the Pidgeot. Probably should have saved the Pidgeot in my hand so that I could rare candy into Pidgeot again this turn. They're definitely in a tough spot because they're like, okay, what do? I can't attack with a Chen Pao. I've only got 1 prize left. I think technically I should have put 6 onto the Bibarel. I think I was tripping by doing this. Yeah, it should have just been 6 here. Because then just an attack with the Dragapult guaranteed wins me the game. All right, so they're going 2 prizes on this guy. Dang, I could have thrown. All right. Yeah. I'm throwing here. I'm throwing. 6 needed to go here. Yes. 60 needed to go here, or I needed to set up Radzard. It's cool. Nothing like a little drama, though, you know? But I'm definitely throwing. Because if I... There's a bunch of different ways I could have checkmated this, and I didn't do any of them. No, I needed to either put down Radzard, or I needed to keep Pidgeotto X in my hand. Yeah, one of those two I needed to do. Or I needed to put 6 on Bibro. Any one of those 3. Yes, but I think I thought myself into a little bit of a hole, but that's okay. That's why we're practicing. However, we still got this. Have faith, y'all. %. All right, what's my ball counting deck? 3 Ultra Ball, Nest Ball still alive. All right. Top deck Radzard, easy peasy. Defiance Band does nothing. That's fine. We're going do that. We're going that. We're going there. I think this is my last Arcani. Trainers. No, it's not my last Arcani. I could find Pidgeots. I think it's correct to... This is another situation where bundle wins me too, but it doesn't matter because I had 3 other ways to... Wait, I think I'm going to... No, we don't Pokestop yet. I'll mellow. The Pokestop is the last result. There we go. All right. Didn't need to be that close, man. It really didn't need to be that close. Didn't need to be that close, dog. Let's go. Yeah. See? But we noticed all 3 ways that I almost threw, right? And that's how you learn. It's like there were three things I should have, could have, would have done there at the end that would have made it not have to go down to like that. All I needed to do was like pre-set up Charizard, or I needed to keep the Pidgeot, or I needed to put 6 on the beep. Yeah. Shoo! I was about to mill the Radzard. Well, the Pokestop had to be the last result if I whiffed. The reason I didn't rare candy into the... I didn't rare candy into Dragapult because I was like, if I find Pidgeot, but then I guess if I found Ultra Ball, I would have been able to Ultra Ball for Radzard regardless. So I probably should have rare candied. I was trying to crunch the math and figure out like what the odds were. It would have felt bad to like draw into Pidgeot and then not be able to rare candy into Pidgeot for game. So I don't know. It's all good. I could have milled the Zard. Yes, so we would have saved the stop for like the last, because we could hit Nest Ball or Ultra Ball off the stop. And we would have done, if we whiffed, we would have done it. From the Chempow side of that matchup, you got to play more 70 hit point guys. I think. Like realistically, if you want to win, I think you got to play like... And you can see, I mean, I'm not even playing Manaphy. If I was playing Manaphy, that would have been pretty bad for them. Should power on Palkia? No. They do get stuck. I hate it. I know. Me too. Looks like we're playing a Dragabulk Mirror. I'm going second. I got a pretty strong opening, but so do they. Yeah, their opening is nuts, honestly. They probably got a turn 2 attack going first, which is like devastation. You guys want to do the fun play? I have to get multiple Dreepy, I guess. And then they take 2 prizes turn 2. That's okay. And then Psychic here. Turo. And then do we just give them the Bidoof as a free knockout? Like, probably not. I think we do that. Get the second Dreepy. Yeah. This is what I'm feeling. Grasping draw. Do that. Right? And then that's like a pretty solid start for us. Yeah, they're popping off though. Going first, turn 2 Pidgeot, turn 2, they didn't even, oh my. Yeah, I mean, this is disastrous for sure. Oh my God. They stack their deck, bro? Did they stack it? They stack their deck? You think they're going to go Boss, Halucha, double knockout Dreepy? All right, so long as there's no Halucha, I'm okay. All right, you're still getting bopped, dog. Like, I'm good. This is cool. Okay. And we got the cash money hand right here. I can respond to that. All right, sure. Yeah, okay. Play ball, I guess. This is pretty terrible because I'm pretty locked out of getting Pidgeot into play now. Yeah, it's not great. Not great. Let's get rid of that. I need to get a Fire and a Psychic. Yeah, my other Pidgey's prized, so I can't get down 2 Pidgeys. In fact, these are the only other 2 basics I got in the deck. Okay, because a lot of people just didn't feel like showing up today, actually. That's cool though, you know, it's cool. I ain't pressed, it's fine. Okay. Alright, so we're getting these. And then can I put the Pidgey down? Yeah. No. Nope. Can't put the Pidgey down. Got an Ultra Ball away. That and that. Gotta get that. Gotta do that. Gotta do that. You gotta say, with their turn 2, me responding at all is kind of nuts. But that's why Mela's kind of insane. Okay. I'm gonna do Phantom Dive and put 5 on the Pidgeots. That's fine. And then I can put 1 really does not matter. I can put 1 here, sure. All right. So I'm thinking counter catcher, Defiance Band helps. I like really need this Dreepy to live through the turn. And this is kind of why I'm building my list to be like very aggressive as well. Like look how much of an advantage you get by being the first one to attack. I mean, an insane advantage, right? Like absolutely nuts. Just by going first, really. All right, this is definitely how you lose. You should not do this. Don't do what my opponent's doing, folks. You have so much power, and this is what you chose. I don't think you can evolve into that yet. Okay. So my guy lives, which is big. But now they've put themselves in a spot where I can Enhanced Hammer is like an insane card against their board state. So all I have to do. Also, they haven't used their V-Star yet. So I think like slam that. And then gosh, I'm like a little bit short on cards that I need. I think all right, I think it's this. I think it's hammer and board. And then oh my gosh. Hammer. Yeah. And then we have to Ultra Ball away these. And I have to say, all right, we're going to have to find our Neo Upper Energy at some point. That's fine. I'm sure we'll find it. Okay. And this is what we're doing. I think this is cool. All right. Because and then if we put 6 there, 6 and 6, yeah, that way we kind of like say, all right, yeah, you're kind of getting all your guys knocked out all at once. Yeah. Okay. And then if they do bring this up, I can knock it out with Jet Headbutt if I have to. So that's fine. We're getting high out. Don't mind if I do. That's fine. We got Kieran. All right, there's not a lot going on in this one. That's for sure. This hand is a little bit of a stinker. Gonna be honest with you. Not being able to set up Pidgeot. I mean, it's just, God, getting set up first is so insane. Being able to lock your opponent out of Pidgeot is nuts, right? Just as soon as you start attacking with Dragapult, like if they don't have 2 Pidgeys, which I did, I prized a Pidgey this game, so I couldn't set up 2 Pidgeys. God, it's so tough. They definitely should not have retreated that Dragapult and given me the Enhanced Hammer option. Yeah, they should not have done that. Because, like, what are we doing now? Like, You're just going to instant charge? Okay. Now I'm in an interesting spot. Do you think they play hammer? I could take a 4-prize turn. Do we take the 4-prize turn? I don't think so. I think, what are the odds they Iono me after this? Pretty high. I think I kind of have to say, we like have to do that. And then I think we have to do this. I'm going here, because then what? If I don't take that knockout, they take a knockout, then I can win. If they let me keep my hand, I win. I think I discarded. Yeah, I discarded 4 Seal Stones, so not benching Rotom. All right, let's see. Let me keep the Kieran play. Let me keep it. Man, I gotta put Luminion in here, man. No! Wait, Keck, what? You lose! Woo! Oh, yeah! Let's freaking go! Kieran! You're out of here. 4-prize turn, baby. Let's freaking go. Woo! Let's go, dude. Let's go. You played around the boss play. But if you just clear the Dragapult, yeah. Well, let's go. Well, let's go, bro. Well, let's go. The Kieran is nuts. Well, I guess, yeah, I don't know. The argument's like I don't usually need Luminion because Lugia. Lugia. Oh, man. We got to play against Poogia, dude. Oh, man. Not Poogia. Uh-oh. Okay, yeah. This is a sketchy matchup for sure. And the Carmine. Oh, man. It's all good. All right. We're fine. We're chilling. Everything's good. Everything's great. A Dreepy, that's good. That's good. That's good. All right. I'm thinking it's Arvin, and this is what we're going to do. Uh-oh. It's fine. I got Bieberell on the deck. Pidgeots, Rotom. I really wanted to go get my Nest Ball for Rotom and for Sealstone, and then go get more. Or we could just go get, I guess it could be Ultra Ball. That's fine. It can be Ultra Ball and for Sealstone. And then we're going to Ultra Ball and discard Iono and Boss. And we're going to go get Rotom. And we're going to do that. We're going to do that. And we're going to Forest Shieldstone. And we're going to Star Alchemy. And then we're going to go get a Buddy Buddy Rescue. Buddy Buddy Poffin. Dang it. Buddy Buddy Poffin. And then we're going to do that. And then we're going to go get a Dreepy. And I think a Dreepy and a Pidgey. It's fine. Okay. I'm going to get those. And then instant charge. Okay. And that's what we got. All right, all right. Seems fine. Everything's fine. For those of you that are saying that I could knock out both Minccino if I had a Hawlucha in my deck, what makes you think that I would be doing that? They went first. That situation only happens if I go first and I get a turn 2 attack with the added luxury of getting the Hawlucha into my hand. That is an extremely narrow use case. Extremely narrow. Like, in the games where I go first and I get a turn 2 attack and I have an extra ball search card to go get the Hawlucha and my opponent has 2 Minccino down or whatever, right? No, it's just such a narrow card. And in the case that they don't have, second Archeopson. And in the case where they don't have mist energy on their guys, right? It's just like you can't get it all. It's a lot. Thank you, Carbonated Skittle Water, for that Prime sub. Sorry I missed that. Appreciate it. Appreciate you, Carbonated Skittle Water. Thanks for the support. Just because a combination works in your head doesn't mean that it works in paper consistently. It just is. Those cute little plays don't even, like, here, look at my opponent's board. Am I going to be, what is Hawlucha doing here? Nothing. It's like, I had a 1-turn window where maybe it could have done something, but like most of the time it's going to do nothing. All right, here's what I need. I need everything. And I don't think I'm going to be able to get it. Holy smokes, broken deck alert. Oh my God. We're so close. All right, we're so close. We're so close. Hold on. Man. Shh, Nikes, dude. Really? Okay, rare candy and a Pidgeot. I mean, just when you're freaking goated with the sauce, sometimes you're just goated with the sauce, you know? The problem is they can just retreat and absolutely destroy my guy now, which is like not great, but it's fine. Yeah. Okay. I'm probably still losing, but this was sick. Put her there, partner. Counter catcher. Listen, I can't. If I had a counter catcher not rare candy, what were you going to, what, counter catcher and then knock out the Chinchino with my Pidgeot? I mean, I guess maybe. I guess. That feels bad though. That's a mist? Oh, I'm scooping now. I didn't think it was a mist. I thought it was something else. That was sick for a second, though. All right, so maybe they're... I truthfully didn't think it was a mist energy. I looked at it twice and didn't think it was a mist energy. Thank you, Blink on 182 for the sub in 7 months. All right, I do think there is, as terrible as it is, I probably should have gone. I probably should have knocked out the Chinchino with the Pidgeot, right? As like terrible as that is. How's the Lugia matchup? Not good. You definitely don't want them to get the turn 2 attack. I don't really want to play Temple of Sinnoh in this deck because you play Neo Upper Energy. So I play Enhanced Hammer instead, which I think is fine. All right, Raging Bulk. Why not both? Because I don't even want to put the Temple of Sinnoh in play. Right, they need to have like a little bit of a slow start. Also, against Lugia, I think you choose to go first. But like here on the ladder, I'm generally choosing second. But against Lugia, you want to go first. So like we're gonna be at a little bit more of a disadvantage because I'm always choosing second, like blind. But if I know my opponent's playing Lugia, I'll choose to go first. Playing against Raging Bulk with Optimal Dragapult. We've got a fine opening. Buddy, Arvin. I mean, love what I'm seeing so far. This is great. And they're going first, so they're going to have to wait a turn in order to start attacking. I've got cards in my deck that will do pretty well against Raging Bulk. We've got the Defiance Band. We've got the Radiant Charizard. We've got the Kieran. We can make some magic happen here. And with an opening hand like this, I'm feeling pretty confident. I do want to make sure that I don't give them a 2-prizer first. So I probably don't want to put Rotom into play. This could be a Cleffa start. I do have an energy, so I can retreat. So that's something that we could do. I could Arven. I could actually Arven for the... Oh, I like this a lot. And this is one of the reasons I felt like I had to put the Cleffa back in. Is because you can Arven for the board, and then you can retreat for free into Cleffa. Which is really insane. Thank you, Kolowars for the Prime sub. Both times I said it, I was like, I'm saying this wrong. And I said it wrong the same way both times. Thank you. All right, here we go. Start with the Buddy Buddy Poppin'. We got Bidoof in the deck. Great. And then I'm going to Arven for another Buddy Buddy, and then we're going to retreat. Oh, let's make sure, before I do this, let's make sure that my board is in a... Yes, having a fire in the discard pile is nice for Mela. However, it's even better if you don't have to Mela. Yeah. Okay, we're going to get another Buddy Buddy and the board. Okay. Come on now. Let's go, mouse. Buddy Buddy. Okay. Rescue board. Energy. Retreats. And grasping draw. Cool. This is really good. This is really good. Yes. We've got Vessel, Ultra Ball, Counter Catcher. If they take a prize, I get to kind of just pop off and start aggroing on their board. I've got Bibarel, which is sick. I can go get a Dracloak as well with Ultra Ball. I can Vessel for the Psychic Energy, and then... Uh-oh. Not my Bidoof. Not my Bidoof, bro. This is messed up. Are you just going to Burst Roar? You're stalling for time, aren't you? You don't have it like that. You're Burst Roaring. How are you out of energy? How is your hand that bad? It's messed up. You going to Burst Roar or are you going to Bellowing Thunder? Conceal cards? You need a Lightning Energy, actually. Yes. So the fighting is not going to do. It's looking like a Burst Roar angle to me. Palpad, Burst Roar. Jamming Tower. Burst Roar. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Oh! All right. Here we go. Check it. All right. Check it. Are you checking it? Check it. How many of you are checking it? Check it. Are you checking yet? Check it. Oh, yeah. And then Turo, baby. And quick search. Give me that rare candy. All right. Smooth. And then I'll even put the Radzard down, sure. Phantom die for 200. And then we play... I think they play switch cards, right? Which is like really annoying. I feel like just loading up damage on... They've already got the Mew down. I feel like just loading up damage on the Squawkabilly is like fine. They play the switch cards, which is like... I'll put 10 here and the rest there. They have 2 switch cards down. I know. But I've been burned by carts so many times. I feel like 5 here is fine. This is always a free 2 prizes. This puts this in Defiance Bance range. This is already... I played Defiance, so I don't really care about the 10 here. We've already got Defiance, right? They got Jamming Tower, but I guess I do have to think about the Jamming Tower, right? No, you never target the Greninja because they're never going to give me another single prizer. So there's no point in doing that. Asada's Vitality. All right, all right. Okay. And then I imagine I'm getting blowed up this turn. Which is cool. I'll have Bibarel. I'll have Countercatcher. The Jamming Tower is a little bit annoying, not going to lie. Because I can't... It is negating my Defiance, which I don't love. But honestly, the Radiant... Now, since I got the first attack, I feel like I'm heavily favored right now. Oh, yeah. Jamming Tower turns off their Bravery Charms. Gosh, why are they playing Jamming Tower? Yeah, that's fine, I guess. Neither of us has tools. Here we go. Bibarel. Countercatcher. Mew. Honestly, I could Countercatcher. Mew's fine. Just take the knockout, you know. Incisors. Don't mind if I do. We just go 4 prize turn, and then... Do you see why it has to be Neo Upper Energy? You guys see yet? Do you see why it just has to be Neo Upper Energy? Do you see why it has to be Bibarel? Do you see why it has to be Pidgeot? God. Holy! Whoa! Man, look at us go. Man. Nestball. Okay. Getting the Sir Dreep a lot. And then all I really need is to quick search for Mela, and it's like kind of checkmate. Retreat. Skadoosh. We go here. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Let's go. Broken deck. See, Pidgeot and Bibarel. Those are good cards, okay? They're really good cards. They're so good. Like, they're like, those are the kinds of cards that can win national championships right there. Pidgeot and Bibarel. Best friends, honestly. Those are the guys you want on your team. Radiant Charizard, that guy, yeah. If you're trying to win a national championship, that's the kind of card you want on your team right there. Radiant Charizard. That's a guy. And that's it. Like, dude, what are you going to do? There's nothing to be done. Checkmate. Cleffa's been goated. Honestly, since we added Cleffa to the list, Cleffa is everything for sure. Yep, and they have to Sada. They're going to leave me with this gigantic hand. Isn't this just Charizard, but with Dragapult instead? Yep. There are a couple things. Yo, the unfair stamp. Oh! There are a couple things. No, this is why we have Bibarel. Like I said, good card. This is why we have Pidgeot. Good card. Wow. Look at all these good cards I have in play. Aren't you so happy we have good cards and not bad cards? We do not need a lot. We just need a fire and a vacuum. That is a 2-card combo. And I get to search for one of those pieces with Pidgeot. Incisors. And then the Mela guarantees me the fire. And the quick search guarantees me the vacuum. GG's. Ta-da! Let's go, baby. Get that thing out of here. Skadoosh. 250. I will collect my 2 prize cards and win the game. Thank you very much. Thank you for playing. GG, go next. I'm definitely Zard pilled now. Gotta be Zard. Yup. Yeah. Yup. Zard kind of good. Cool. Sweet. Looks like I'm playing against Gardevoir with a broken Dragapult deck. I've got Fire Energy, Neo Upper, Rare Candy, Dragapult. I mean, it's looking pretty good. I do want to play this Ultra Ball, and goodness, these Ultra Balls are tough to play in this list, but that's okay. Could probably Ultra Ball away. Yup, just fire, and I'll probably attach Neo Upper to the active. I don't think they play Rare Candy. Most lists don't. So that's what I'm rocking with, honestly. We don't want to put out Cleffa in this matchup. So we're just going to go get Rotom. They could E-Hammer. Then I'll hold. I guess. That's fine. They could E-Hammer, but they could also Iono. I think I'll hold. It's fine. They could enhance. I'm kind of worried about them Ionoing me and then me not being able to perform a reasonable attack next turn. So, like, it's not a... See, chatters, do you see? Fine. I still got the attack, though. All I have to do is Arven for Rare Candy 4 Sealstone. Kind of in there, so. So we're chilling. Got the attack. We definitely don't love, them being able to do monkey stuff. Monkey Dory. That's not great. But, their attackers are all going to have a low amount of HP. So, gosh, and they got the TM Evolution. They have everything. Slow down there, sport. Okay. 4 Curlia. Dude, nobody needs 4 Curlia. That's messed up. Okay. Let's party. Gonna buddy for these guys. Is my forest in the deck? Yeah. Great. But my Bibarel is not that no good slacker. So we'll get these. And then we're going to Arven for Rare Candy and for Sealstone. Rare Candy into Mr. Bulk. And then do that. And we're going to go get the most broken card in the deck. Our Neo Upper Energy. Here he goes. And then what? So, like, what? You either put 6 damage counters on 1 Curlia, or you put 2, 4, 6, but then they just Curlia the 2, 4, 6. So it's terrible. It's terrible. It's just terrible no matter which way you do it. So I think we go 2, 4, 6. Or we go I'll do 1, 1, 2, 2 or 2, 2, 2. I'll go 2, 2, 2. Fine. 2. Just force them to Cresselia. Maybe they prize their Cresselia. Maybe they prize the Cresselia. Either way, you have to like. You kind of have to hope that maybe they just prize the Cresselia. The Pidgey, yeah, maybe the Pidgey is dead. That's okay. I'm okay with the dead Pidgey. They did already play the heavy ball. Maybe, all right, yeah, I'm bodied. Okay, I'm just bodied. I forgot they played the heavy ball. Yeah, I'm bodied. They're getting to draw 8 cards. Like, they got everything going on here. Oh, counter catcher. Real mature. Unfair stamp. Grow up. Grow up, dude. This sucks so bad. Maybe they whiff Gardevoir EX. Maybe so. Refinements. All right. Yeah, you got like 4 of those. You're going to get to draw a lot of cards. That's okay. That's just the way it is. Go ahead. Draw your little hand. Have I learned my lesson for taking a prize? Yes, I ought not to have done that. Bad, Tricky Jim. Bad. All right, it's just no Gardevoir, please. I understand you only have 17 cards left in deck. Maybe all your Ultra Balls and Guardies are down there somewhere in those 17 cards. I think those 17 spots, that's where the Ultra Balls could be. That's where the Gardevoirs could be. There's so many spots. 17 spots. They've drawn so hot. Surely they need to stop drawing hot somewhere. Do you see why Dracloak is not that guy as far as draw power goes? You haven't played a supporter yet, dog? Stop it! Stop it! It's so mean. So mean. This is horrible. They don't have Guardy. I think they double price. I think they double price Guardy. Because wouldn't they have just gotten... Thank you, Dank, for that Prime sub. I appreciate it. Wouldn't they have just gotten Ultra Ball? Here we go. What are they doing? Are you going to keep drawing cards? Where's your Guardy at? Reveal thyself. Show thy Guardy, you coward. I'm like, listen, they got all 4 Curly. Something has to be priced. Oh, they're going down to like 6 cards in deck. Maybe they just decided that they wanted to hammer instead of attacking last turn. Maybe that's just what they... Yeah, all right. They got Gardevoir right there, folks. Okay. So, I see. Here comes the Cresselia. And then they get the Moonglow reverse. Okay. Sure. No Ultra Ball Guardi... Wait, do some Guardi decks not play Ultra Ball? Is that a thing? I'm not hip to the Guardi cope, okay? I don't subscribe to that lifestyle. I think I have to save the vacuum for something important. Man, this is really bad. So then the vacuum, I can vacuum away my own thing. I can silent. No, it's pretty much all bad here. I could get back the Neo Upper. I could try, right? But I mean, I'm just getting my stuff picked off like crazy if I allow that. I think that's almost fine though. Let's Silene, sure. Dang, I'm kind of nice with it. Okay, we're gonna get back Neo Upper and I think I just put a Pidgey back in. And then I know I reorder my deck, but that's fine. I wasn't expecting to hit double heads. I clicked the wrong white guy. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Stupid, stupid, stupid. All right, here we go. Instant charge. That's fine. Meant to get the Pidge there, not the Bidoof. Thank you, Ball Off, for the Prime sub in 7 months. They probably target the Bidoof. Oh, yeah, they'll target the Bidoof. For sure. Yeah, that Silene was sick, though. Finally, we get a Silene buff. Maybe they'll deck themselves out. There's always that possibility. All right, I think they're going for the big money plays. Okay. I think, yeah, they're just knocking out the Rotom. Cool. All right. Now we're gaming. Okay, so what are we going to do about all of this? They play Turos. We know that. I mean, I've got Counter Catcher. That's fine. Okay. And here we go. Got Turo. Let's recon directive. Okay. Is it correct to take out the Curlias? Yeah, probably. Get rid of that. Yeah, probably knock out the monkeys, our best bet. I have to think. I have to try doing that. So if we're at 5 and they heal, they go to 3. I could do 230. It's not enough. 230 plus 30, 260 plus 30 is also not enough. 260 plus 50 is enough. Yeah, it's fine. We'll try that. They'll probably just Turo the Guardy. Listen, this feels terrible. Everything about this matchup feels terrible. Yeah, ain't nothing about this matchup feels good. Right, they have something. If you spread, they go Cresselia. If you put it all on one guy, they go Turo. If you put 30 on like 2 different things and kind of go mid-range, then they go Monkey. It's just terrible. And they got another Monkey. And they've got 3 Curly in play. So it's like, I can't even attack your board at all. There's nothing to be done here. And this is one of the kind of glaring weaknesses of the lack of Radiant Alakazam. I mean, you can't even go knock out 2 Curlia. I don't think Chen Pao loses to Guardy. I think Chen Pao beats Guardy. But I am also a Chen Pao head, so. If you get like quick hands or if you get Radiant Greninja, I mean, it's just all bad for them. Okay, gotta get Vessel. This feels bad. I'm pretty sure it's like there's no win con. No, there's literally no win con here. No, it's just that bad. Yeah, being limited to 6 on the bench is so terrible, honestly, for like the Charizard. Funny enough, the Charizard like makes that matchup worse. Like way worse. Radiant Alakazam gives you like some play. But with Radzard, you're just like you're stuck in this one gear and you can't put enough. You can't put enough damage on the board to matter. Listen, I still think Gardevoir is a terrible deck. For sure. Don't get me wrong. I also think that Dragapult's a terrible deck. So So you're telling me I lost to the terrible deck with the terrible deck? Yeah, that tracks. That's fine. I did not start my Cleffa against this. That's fine. All right, we're up against Control. Let's do it. Playing against Control, and I, started the wrong guy. I opened Cleffa. I ought not to have done this, but I didn't know I was playing against Control yet. So it seemed like a good idea at the time. Good thing I play Turo. So we're fine. My opponent doesn't know that I play Turo. So I will very gladly just start setting up. And I've got Arvin. I can Arvin for like Rare Candy Pidgeot, all that. I've got Bibarel on deck too. Honestly, it doesn't matter. I'm going to have things that they can try to trap if they want to. I've got Turo right there, Kieran, and I've got Silene. I've got all of them right there. So I'm just going to like set up like normal. Which is kind of funny. But that's okay. We're going to see how this strategy works. Silene gets shut down by Sandshrew. It's true, but I can knock out Sandshrew. On the bench. Doesn't Sandshrew only have like 50, 60 hit points, something like that? Sandshrew. 60 hit points. Easy. That's fine. If they put the Sandshrew out for me, all I have to do is attack. And I have like 2 supporters. All right, nice. Top deck Rare Candy. That's cool. We'll go Arvin for Ultra Ball and Defiance. And we're going to Ultra Ball away those. Go get Pidgeots. Rare Candy into Pidgeots. Psychic Energy here. Earthen Vessel here. I don't want to like draw too many cards because then they can like, I don't know, get me out of them. So I think I'm just going to do this. Like, do I really want to even Grasping draw? Yeah, I'll Grasping draw. This hand doesn't have too much in it right now. That's fine. Okay. We're ready to roll. Airy, go ahead. That's fine. Take my rare candy. You can have it. I think maybe we need to play like a Yell's Cheer or something instead of Silene. We'll see though. Okay, Recon Directive. Rare candy. Rare candy here. And then not you. I want to leave one of those down actually. Like, I want to leave a Dracloak down. I kind of have to leave a Dracloak down. I'll get Bibero, sure. And then let's go here. Quick search. And it's got to be I'm very low on energy. Now just get that. Just Grasping draw is fine. Okay. I gotta have a Dracloak loaded up for the Mimikyu, theoretically. That's why we have that. And then, yeah, they're just gonna start passing. Okay, cool. Let's go Recon. That's fine. Quick search. And we'll get our Neo Upper Energy. Tarot. We start swinging. Okay, Phantom Dive. There we go. Putting the pressure on. They're going to have to start doing things. Take my price. Vacuum is good. I don't have enough switch cards to... I think like the ideal board state against control is just Dracloak, Dragapult. Maybe Pidgeot too. But probably just Dracloak, Dragapult. And then I think... Yeah, like here, they probably just aren't expecting me to have the second switch card, and I just play switch and I win. Which is kind of hype, honestly. Yep. Now you just lose. See how easy that was? That was sick, bro. We should play again sometime, actually. Kieran. I'd like to switch you up. Okay, and then you lose. Nice. Okay, that was sick. We should actually do that. We should do that way more often. Nice. You thought. You thought you were going to catch me slipping. But you did not. Okay, I think... Yeah, Silene's okay, but... maybe it does need to just be like... a Yell's Cheer or Pal Pad or something. You just want to make sure that like control players just cry when they see you. Like I said, all 600 of us have to agree at NAIC, all right? You've got to play three ways to switch. Make all the control players wish they stayed at home, okay? But it only works if we all do it. Make them wish they'd never sleeved up their deck. Make them wish that they'd showered more or made more friends. Make them start thinking about their life decisions. Nothing will make me wish I showered more. Come on, I'm trying to make a video here. What's up with the backwards cards? All right, thank you. Looks like I'm playing against Lugia. They opened Blood Moon Ursaluna. That's a pretty hefty dude to start there. This is certainly a pretty tough matchup as far as matchups go for the Dragabulk deck. Because, and I got all those mist energies, and that's a problem. They can also one-hit KO my Dragabulk. That's also a problem. But it's okay. I'm feeling confident. We can do this. I'm feeling much more confident because they did not get a... they didn't get the guy into play. So that's kind of crazy. Lugia. Yeah, no Lugia. That's kind of nuts. And I'm thinking, yeah, just these gamers right here. Honestly, feels pretty good. Gonna do that. This is madness right here. Sheesh. not the 40 damage petty grudge, dude. Sheesh. Slow down there, Dreepy. Slow down. That's crazy. And there's Luminion V to try and save the day. All right, let's see if Luminion V can do it. Carmine. Okay. There's a Mist Energy. Noted. And... Carmine. All right, Mist Energy. That means do not try to place damage counters on this guy. Got it. All right. I'm on to you, Chinchino. They are still looking for a Lugia V. Oh, there he is. Nicely to show up to work, Lugia. And capturing Aroma. They're moving now. There's a Chops. And they pass. Okay, I'm loving this. Typical Lugia start, am I right? Let's put the rescue board on the bench. Dreep. Incisors for 3. Well. They're not sending their best 3 cards, folks. No, they're not. Unfortunate. That's okay. I could, hitting for 40 is not irrelevant. not totally irrelevant. But I think it's better to just bail out here. Yeah, we're going Cleffa, Grasping Draw. And now we've got some good cards. Great. They've got the Lugia. Do they have a Carmine? Oh, yeah. That's Archeops number 2 in the discard pile, and they are ready to rock and roll. If there's a deck you should be afraid of at NAIC, it should be this deck right here. This deck, man, it's really good and not very hard to play. Yeah, this is the deck. Lugia, for sure. And it's just got a lot of really powerful options now. Blood Moon Ursaluna, Chinchino. Yes, Lugia. Do not underestimate Lugia at NAIC. First of all, it's Lugia. People like that guy, all right? Lugia is one of those fan favorites. People like it. Insanely high power level, all right? Easy to play. People already have the cards. There's just a lot of factors that are all kind of combining that I think are going to make Lugia extremely popular at NAIC. Has a good control matchup. Has a good Dragabulk matchup. Stay strong, though, folks. We can do this. We can do this. This is a fine looking board we've got. I think they're going to take the first knockout. It's great. They've only got room for one Chinchino. Phenomenal. Holy smokes, they're doing it. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. They are doing it. All right. Yeah, they said I'm going in. Blood Moon Ursaluna. All right. Okay, sure. That's cool. Let's go. Yeah, that Cleffa just got attacked by a bear. Okay. Earthen Vessel. Discard Turo. Get Fire Psychic. I know I need this fire energy. I know I need Arven. Do I have a bad tool in here? Nope, but I'll get rid of that one. That's fine. Dang, do I even have enough? Yeah, I do have enough cards. It's fine. Okay, I'm getting these. And then we're going to Ultra Ball away these. And then we're going to go get Pidgeot. And then I'm knocking out this guy. If you don't think we're knocking out this guy, you guys are tripping balls right now. All right. What are you thinking? This is the only guy we need to KO on the whole board. Yes. No, this thing, we'll deal with that later. All right. All right. You're tripping Pokeballs. You heard me. All right. Counter catcher. Industrial synthesizers. Quick search. Okay, we gotta go grab that. Ultra Ball. That's fine. Pretty sure I'm on my last psychic energy, but that's cool. We got the Neo upper. We're chilling. Last candy in deck? Shut your mouth. Well, I'm about to rip one right here. Okay. So now we Phantom Dive. I could put 2 on the bear. See? Now the bear is in KO range. Easy. And then I can put 4 onto Lewis. I mean, really, like, if we're saying the route is pretty clear. All right. All I need are 2 single prizers and 2 two-prizers. That's it. But I guess those should have been on Lugia, I think. Well, they can't knock out the Dragon Ball. It doesn't matter. They can't knock out the Dragon Ball, guys. Do we ever get a KO on a Chops? Yeah, sometimes. They can't knock out the Dragon Balls. So what does it matter? It doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm out of my rare candies. They're just going to do something silly with the Ogre Pawn. Okay, fine. I'm going to look like a genius for putting those on the Archeops now that they're attacking with the Wellspring Mask. They missed the chops. I don't care if they missed the chops. I got Enhanced Hammer. They cannot one-hit KO the Dragon Ball now. We are chilling. Yes. Good. And they ain't gonna put no mist energy on the chops, dude. Nah. Ultra Ball, there goes the hand, so I don't have to worry about that. That's nice. A Minccino they can't put into play. And boss. Sure. That's okay. Now look how close we are to winning. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. I just knock out 60 on the chops. And then we win. Yeah. Okay, I got no fire in the discard pile, huh? Let's Iono. Draw some cards. 50 on the chops, 1 on the Ogre Pawn in case they get rid of this. Yes. Cash money. Cash money, baby. Let's go. Give me that recon directive. I've been playing too long. Oh, yeah. No, I gotta save that for later. All right, that's fine. Dang it, bro. You were about to get absolutely finessed. Six hours of... I guess I did a set review this morning. That's why I was like, I don't feel like I've been playing 6 hours of Dragon Pult. That's because I haven't. We did the set review. Yeah, they didn't feel like I didn't feel like that they managed their board very well. I want like one more game that's like really solid, you know. I want one more unimpeachable game. That'd be great. Dino Box. Perfect. Playing against Dino Box with the broken Dragapult deck. I've got a fine start with Arvin for next turn. Kind of hoping that my opponent doesn't get the turn 1 knockout on my Dreepster. That'd be great. But we'll see. Fighting on Koraidon and pass? No way. You wouldn't pass to little old me. Game over, bud. GG's go next. Skirt! Here we go. Blammo. You're out of here, buddy. You see what I'm saying? I want one more unimpeachable game. I want one more good game. All right? Beyond reproach. I want a game where we get to do stuff. Not like this. Starts with Hex. I've changed 2 cards. I have a Cleffa and a Hammer. I took out the Hisuian Heavy Ball, and I took out a Nest Ball. Those 2 slight alterations. As I was staring at the list last night, I decided we needed a Hammer, and I decided we needed Cleffa. Water for my soul? I don't know. I don't keep track of that stuff. Not usually, unless I'm like, I don't know, 20. Also, there's so many games on TCG Live are so bad that it's just, what's the point? And then like I could be on a win streak and then the game will just kick me off for no reason. So like I don't really count anymore. Yeah, we'll send up Dreepster. Yeah, Celio, broken deck. Except for when you play against its bad matchups. Except for that. Broken except for, you know, all those bad matchups. But aside from the bad matchups, it's broken. All right, my opponent's got Dreepy Pass. I may be doing a very similar Dreepy Pass. Yep, all right, go ahead. You gonna Iono us? You should do that. Ah, see, no fun, really. You think I want to sit around and wait for you to have a powerful turn just for me to scoop it up? All right, they got TM Evo. Sure. That's fine. I'll just keep dead drawing. Don't mind me. We're in there. Okay. Doesn't feel great, but we can do this. We need Cleffa technology, and we need Pidgey technology. This is fine. They're not going to target down my only Dreepy. They would never do that. That would just be mean and hurtful, and they're just, it's not the kind of thing that they're doing. Okay. Grasping Draw. Beautiful. They're not sending their strongest hands, folks. No, they're not. But I think I'm probably safe for one more turn, as I don't think my opponent... They're playing the TM Evo list, so they probably don't play a lot of rare candies. So they may not have Rare Candy Fire. They may not. Ooh, they got Charizard. Forest Sealstone. Oh, yeah, they're popping off for sure. They're making it happen. They got their board. They're using their V-Star power. Here comes Dragapult. They're cooking. There's the fire energy. Okay. Now here's the problem. Is that I've been drawing like an absolute potato. So we're in a very compromised position right here. But this top deck could be crazy. Could be. It wasn't. It was not. Okay. Okay. Save the counter catchers. Iono. Okay, we get Bieberell. Have to get rid of the Kieran. The Arvin's fine. Would like to get an energy down. Let's do it. Nope. Sad. Let's send up JB's fine. Okay. Pass. And then, yeah, this feels like a very unwinnable state that we're in, but we'll see. Thank you, It's Baggins, for that Prime sub. I appreciate you. Thank you. Feels quite unwinnable. All right, they're going Phantom Dive. Never say never, though. They're attacking my beaver. I don't even have an energy down. Yeah, this is rough. You're going to 2 prizes left? Yeah, dog. Scoop it up, man. Okay. Oh, you're going to 3 prizes left. Okay. But you will be at 2 eventually. Okay. 2 candy in the hand is fine. Let's go. Do we care to counter catch or anything yet? No. It's just Iono. Okay. Got this. It's Recon Directive. Take that. Ultra Ball away those. Fail it. Do that. Incisors. Really not having a good time. Recon. Having a very bad time. Yeah, we could pretty much scoop it up here. 70 plus 250. 70 plus 250. No, because they swing. Yeah, it's over. Not over. Just mostly over. Jab button. All right. If they like set up one more attacker, it's over. We started way too slow. Way too slow. But if they go swing, still technically not over, I don't think. All right, Phantom Dive, they knock out my Vibro. All right. And then I retreat into Radzard and take this knockout. Okay, and I can Iono them to 2. I do have Turo still. Can Lost Vacuum. That. Fire here. Iono. And then Recon Directive. Take the rare candy. Ultra Ball away these. Get the Pults. Rare candy into Pults. Retreat and take my first prizes of the game. Yay. Okay. Then I have to do some shenanigans. I pretty much have to find Turo scenario. And they need to not have boss. Cool. There was a route though, all right? There was a route. There was a route. Even though we were getting absolutely punted, there was still a route. We needed to Turo up the damaged one. Would have been fine. That was just a slow start. We win that one 9 times out of 10. 9 out of 10, I say. "99 games out of 100, we win that one. Honestly, 999 games out of 1,000, you know? We still, I know, I'm just having fun playing Dragapult. I want one more good game, man. That's all I want. I've got 2. I probably have like 5 games I could use, I feel like, but I want a game that I like, you know. All right, we're up against Gardevoir. This matchup is rough, but I'm determined. I'm determined to take this fat dub. Let's freaking go, dude. Nestball. Love it. Let's see what we got going on. Bibarel's in the deck. All right, it's Pidgeots. Ultra Cloak. Okay. Ultra Ball there. I could call for family. If I do call for family, I've got Neo Upper Energy in the deck, but we know they probably play Hammer, so relying on Neo Upper Energy is sketchy. Okay, we'll get a Dreepy. And then we'll do Energy to Dreepy and just Iono. It's fine. Don't want to attach here. Getting behind the curve with attachments is really bad. Oh, yeah. And we got the Stone Cold Nuts here. Bidoof. Double Dreep. Arvin for next turn. You love to see it. All right. Good. Then we should have the turn 2 attack. We've got... Well, we're close. We don't necessarily have it. Maybe got turn 2 70 damage, you know. We can Arvin for Rare Candy. Then we got Pidgeot. But then Pidgeot can't get me all the pieces, so maybe I have to Pidgeot for like Ultra Ball and Bibarel, and unless I top deck a piece. Top decking a piece would be pretty fire. That would be cool. Definitely. They've got 1 Kirlia. I would really like to... really want to chase down the Kirlias. It's just so hard because your spread damage just gets bounced right back at you when you're playing against Guardy. Ooh, yeah, they don't have much going on. This is great. Okay, Silene, huh? No, that's not going to do it. So, Arvin for Rare Candy. Force it. I'm pretty sure I prized mine. My silly guy. Okay, we'll get those. Rare Candy into Pidgeot. Quick Search. Ultra Ball. Need 2 Rotoms. Listen, deck needs a lot, all right? This deck needs a lot of stuff. Okay, we'll get rid of those. Go get the Bibarel. Bibarel. Board. Incisors for 4. Okay. Go here. Recon Directive. Mela and a Boss. Can take the Mela. And then... not attacking this turn feels bad. 70 damage on the Radiant Greninja. Matters some if they like can't heal it. think I'm just going in. That's fine. $70 damage could matter. Jet Headbutt. All right. We've got our trusty Silene. And we'll see if they end up attacking this turn. They might. I mean, all I need is Gardevoir EX. Getting rid of Cresselia, I love to see that. It's one of my favorite things to see. All right, I'm already feeling pretty confident about the way that my opponent is setting up this Gardevoir board state. I'm not very afraid of it. There's no monkey. There's a charm already down. Like, I feel like there's some things that could be tightened up about the ship that they're running over there. So, definitely love to see that. I think at best, what, they retreat. They can snipe one of my guys with the Scream Tail. That's kind of annoying. They could knock out my Bibarel. They can knock out my Dracloak. But if they attack with, like, you don't want to attack with Scream Tail necessarily in this matchup. That gives me a boss, and then I take 2 prizes situation. They need to be doing things like attacking with Cresselia and using Monkey Dory and attacking with Gardevoir EX. Those are the things you want to do. If Gardevoir plays the matchup right, they're supposed to win most of the time. Yeah. They should be attacking with Gardevoir with Monkey Dory out, or they should be attacking with Cresselia. But if they go like Scream Tail or Drifloon, like, frankly, I don't care. That's fine. Gosh, I'm so close to being able to knock this thing out. That's hilarious. With Kieran. Man. Sad. All right, you guys want to see something cool? I've been waiting so long to do this. I could Turo scenario the Dragapult and just, but I really shouldn't. I should take the double prize, I think, now. I should knock out the Kirlia and the Radiant Greninja, I think, while they're here. It's like I eliminate pretty much all their draw power. Thank you, Seymour Biscuits. The sub and the 41 months. Appreciate you. Thank you. I'll get this guy. Recon. Take the rod. We'll Phantom Dive. Knock out this guy. Clear all the damage from board. That's cool. That feels good. Limit their draw power. Take my 2 prizes. There's Kieran. All right, I didn't have the Kieran play anyway. That's fine. No sweats. And now I think we just try to chase down their other guys as much as we can. Like, it doesn't look like they kind of are doing the healing thing, which is like really what they need to be doing. They need to have Monkey Dory out. They need to have the darkness on Monkey Dory. They need to have Cresselia. They need to have a board full of Kirlia. They need to not have these guys out. Like, you only put down Drifloon with the Bravery Charm if you're trying to win, like at the end of the game. But you kind of play this tank and heal game against Dragapult as the Guardy player early on in the game. And then you can pivot to the one-hit KO game at the end once like you're taking your last 2 prizes. There's the monkey. They should be playing the matchup like they're Blissey. Yeah. Honestly. Just be very annoying. Don't let your guys die. Heal all the damage. Yep. Be as annoying as possible. Turo your guys. And that's what's so good about this matchup for them is they can just like Turo. They could Turo whenever they want. I feel like I need one more way to push in this deck. Let's quick search. Gonna get our energy. Yeah, like bundle or something. Or just another boss. But yeah, bundle maybe. I do think bundle probably wants to make its way in. But God, look how many different... Look at this hand, bro. This hand is 9 1-ups. There's already so many. There's so many 1-ups in this deck. Thank you, Big Body Backs Caliber, for that sub. Appreciate it. Yup. All right, we'll Rod back in our friends. Sir Charizard. Okay. Get this guy. Then I don't know. I'm coming in hot with that Phantom Dive, bruh. And you kind of seem like you've goofed your healing situation, so I'm going to try and take advantage of that. Put 3 on each. It's fine. $250 Zard would have knocked out Guardy. Yeah, but they have 4 prizes left. How am I going to get all that energy on Charizard? For 1 energy, you can only use that if they have 2 prizes left. So I have to take 2 more prizes. Then Charizard gets in the paint. Too soon. Too soon. Charizard later. Right now, Charizard costs 3 energy. That's too many. I can't put 3 energy on that thing. Here, they pretty much have to Turo the Gardevoir, which is why I wanted Iono this turn. If we play Basin, we do not play Basin. But if we did play a Basin, you could go, sure. I mean, what? You go Mela, Basin, Attack. Yeah, no. It's doing a lot. It's okay, Milcow. What's up, Soda Main? How you doing? How thick is the B blind? It's a 1/1. You could definitely operate without the B blind, but when the B blind comes out, yeah, you're cooking. No, here comes the Turo. Pain. Okay. And then what are we getting? Do you think Entei Valiant ever comes back? I don't think so. I think there are stronger choices for big basic decks right now. All right, this is hype because they're about to let me play into Counter Catcher, which is going to allow me to take another 2-prize turn, which is awesome. That's great. I have to imagine you're knocking out my Bibarel. Nope, you're not playing into Counter Catcher. You're actually just hitting into my active. You should have hit it in my Bibarel. What the heck? Okay. I'm going to just put a boss's orders back with the Silene. That way I have it. Recon directive. I need to get an energy to attach. Thank you. Silene. Just good turn to Silene. It's fine. Cool. Take the boss. Evolve. Quick search. What do we want here? They go to 2 prizes left. I guess I could have maintained a single prize board if I didn't involve the Dragapult. It's fine. Iono's going to be very strong next turn because they don't have like a lot of draw power. And then I think we want there to be if I put all 6 on the Gardevoir, that's like not going to do it. I mean, who are they really even attacking with? We could go 1 here and then just the rest on the Gardevoir EX. Sure. No, 2 there for sure. 2 there. Okay. Final answer. Okay. We'll do that. Take our prize. Wow. It's a Counter Catcher. Cool. We got 3 prizes left to try and map out. 240 damage to KO the Guardy. We know they only have access to 1 Kirlia. We know that. Are they going to go Drifloon? There's no way you go Drifloon to 1-hit KO to knock out my Pult here. You wouldn't do that for me. All right. Bruh. Do it. Do I still have Kieran in the deck? Oh, yes. Do it. Knock out my fresh Pult. No, not the Pidgeot. No. Enhanced Hammer? Okay, here's how we can still win. Okay. We can do this. We can definitely do this. All right. You didn't heal? Oh, yeah. Pack it up, dog. Okay. First step. See, if they never heal, dude, it's over right here. If they never heal, it's just this easy. Oh, my vacuum's in the discard pile. This sucks. All right. 28 points left. Okay. God, my vacuum being in the discard pile really stinks. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Dino. But I also have to knock out the Drifloon, so I can't. Oh yes, I can. Well, I have 6. No, so I can't knock them out without. I think I have to take out the Drifloon. They have 2 prizes left, but I've got him here. 180. That's fine. They ain't got it. I can draw. Why aren't you glowing? Okay. Phantom Dive. We have to knock this thing out, right? And then put the rest there. Vacuum. God, if we still had our vacuum, that's just game over. We just win. Okay. Let's see it. We're tied at 2-2. No counter catcher shenanigans. Iono. Pretty sure. Yeah, I've still got counter catchers in deck. I put the boss back in deck too, which I can find. If they heal this thing, it will be 10 damage. No, we got it. All right, GG's. Let's go. I do feel like my opponent didn't route that very well. So, but honestly, it's like we had to work to win that, and I don't think my opponent routed it very well. So it's like I would be very nervous about that matchup if you're playing Dragabulk. Okay. That's it for the stream, y'all. I'll be back on Monday. Monday is going to be my last stream before I leave for NAIC. So I will catch you all on Monday. If you want to take another quick gander at the list I was playing all day, let's take a little look at that. Here we are. Look at that giant block of a deck. Wow. This was a lot of fun. Definitely, it feels solid. Man, I'm pretty happy with where the list is at. I don't know. Now, I'm pretty content with where the list is at. But the question is, am I content with where Dragapult is as far as a meta call goes for this event? I don't feel confident that Dragapult is a good meta call for the event. I do feel confident that this is one of the best ways to play Dragapult. That's kind of my summation of the situation. All right. Oh, under my face cam? Yeah, let me show you. There you go. All right. That's it for the stream. Thank you guys so much for watching. Y'all take it easy and have a good one. I'll be back on Monday. Later.